I've been to plenty of parks before, but Lassen Volcanic had always been on my list. There's something different about that place compared to other national parks. The ground itself feels alive there, not just in a poetic way, but literally with steam rising from cracks, mud boiling in pools, and that constant faint smell of sulfur in the air. Last year, I finally had a few free days to drive up there on my own. I left early in the morning before sunrise, so I could get a full day of hiking in. By the time I pulled into the parking lot for the trailhead that leads out towards some of the thermal vents, the sun was still low, casting a pale yellow glow over everything. The air was crisp, cold enough that I could see my breath as I stepped out of the car. There weren't many other vehicles there, maybe 3 or 4 scattered around, which was surprising since it was a weekend. But the lot was quiet, too quiet, in a way that made me hesitate for a second before grabbing my pack. I've hiked alone a lot, and I don't scare easy. But the second I stepped onto that trail, I felt it, that low, anxious hum in the pit of my stomach. It wasn't from anything obvious. No noises, no strange shapes, no weather turning bad. Just that deep, unsettled feeling, the kind where your body seems to be telling you something your brain can't quite put together yet. I tightened the straps on my pack and kept moving, telling myself it was just because I'd had too much coffee on the drive. The trail was beautiful, I won't lie. It wound through thick forest at first, tall pines rising above me, sunlight barely touching the ground in narrow, shifting stripes. The dirt was damp, soft under my boots. Every now and then, I'd hear the faint rush of wind through the treetops, but down at my level it was almost perfectly still. The only sound were my footsteps and the occasional creak of my pack. Even so, the unease stayed with me. Every shadow seemed a little too deep. Every sudden rustle in the underbrush made me pause, even though it always turned out to be a bird or a squirrel. The farther I got from the parking lot, the more I noticed how empty the trail felt. I hadn't passed a single person since I started. After about an hour, the trees began to thin and the smell of sulfur got stronger. Steam drifted up from vents in the earth along the hillside, twisting into the air. The sound of bubbling mud was faint but constant, like a slow, lazy boil on a stove. The ground here was a strange mix of pale gray and reddish clay, streaked with mineral deposits. It was beautiful in that harsh, otherworldly way, the kind of beauty that also makes you aware of how dangerous it is. I stayed near the marked path, stopping here and there to take photos and just watch the steam curling into the cold air. I was glad I'd come, despite the uneasy feeling that had been hanging over me since I started. When I finally turned back toward the trailhead, the sky was a little brighter, but the shadows from the trees were still long. I figured I'd make it back to the car in less than 2 hours, maybe less if I kept a good pace. That's when I heard it, low and guttural, coming from somewhere ahead and off to the side. A growl. It was deep enough that I felt it in my chest before I really processed it. I froze. My eyes scanned the trees, the underbrush, every patch of shadow between the sunlit strips of trail. Nothing moved. I've been around enough wildlife to know that the worst thing you can do is panic, so I stayed completely still, breathing slow, listening. The forest went quiet. Too quiet. Not even birdsong. I didn't see anything, so I slowly eased one foot forward, then another. I was careful not to snap any twigs or rustle the brush. The trail curved gently, and as I rounded the bend, I heard another sound, softer but just as sharp in my ears. The faint but unmistakable snap of a branch under weight, followed by the swish of leaves and undergrowth moving aside. I turned my head and saw it. A black bear, maybe 40 yards away, moving parallel to the trail, but angled away from me. It was big. Not the largest I've seen, but big enough that my heart rate spiked instantly. Its head was low, its thick shoulders rolling as it moved, each step silent except for the occasional crunch of leaves. For a moment, I just stood there, my body locked in place. The bear didn't look at me. It just kept walking, nose pointed ahead, moving at a steady pace. Still, I knew how quickly that could change. I kept my eyes on it and started moving again, slow, careful steps. My boots barely touched the ground with each stride. I kept enough distance that I could see it between the trees, but didn't try to get closer. It wasn't coming toward me, and I didn't want to give it any reason to change direction. Minutes passed like that. The bear stayed on its path, and I stayed on mine, both of us moving in the same general direction, toward the parking lot. My breathing was shallow, controlled. Every muscle in my body was tight. When the bear finally drifted out of sight into thicker trees, I reached a meadow. The open space felt like a relief and a danger at the same time. Nowhere to hide, but also easier to see if anything was following me. I didn't wait around to think about it. I broke into a fast walk, almost a jog, scanning the tree line every few seconds. I covered the next 2 miles faster than I think I've ever moved on a trail. When I finally saw the glint of my car through the trees, my chest loosened. I climbed in, shut the door, and just sat there for a moment with my hands gripping the wheel, letting the adrenaline burn itself out. I drove to a different part of the park after that. One with more people, more noise, more of the kind of human presence that makes big animals less likely to wander close. I didn't tell anyone I'd seen the bear until much later. It was one of those moments you just want to keep to yourself for a while. But that wasn't the only time I felt that kind of sharp, electric fear in the outdoors. Months later, my friend and I decided to check out the so-called secret sidewalk in Niles Canyon. It's an old aqueduct, partly demolished by the city years ago, but people still walk it. It's not official, and technically you're not supposed to be there, but curiosity won out. We parked nearby and hiked up to where the concrete structure started, a narrow raised path with open space on one side and thick trees and brush on the other. It was weathered, cracked in places, with graffiti in every color covering the surface. Some of it was faded, some fresh enough that the paint still had a slight sheen. We followed it all the way to the far end, where demolition had left a jagged, broken edge hanging over a drop. The view out there was nice in its own strange way. Train tracks below, the hills rising beyond them, the sound of distant traffic blending with the occasional call of a bird. We took some pictures, just messing around, and then turned to head back. That's when it happened. A sudden, loud crash in the brush to our right. Not a small noise, not a squirrel darting through leaves, or a bird taking off. This was heavy, deliberate. Leaves thrashing, branches snapping. We stopped dead. I turned my head slowly, scanning the dense wall of green. The noise came again, closer this time, like something pushing straight through without caring how much it disturbed. The air felt heavier suddenly, thick in my lungs. We didn't speak. We just stood there, waiting, listening. It didn't sound like a person, not exactly. If it had been human, it would have been someone large and moving fast, without any attempt to be quiet. But I also couldn't match the sound to any large animal I knew should be in that area. There aren't bears there. No mountain lions in that immediate spot, at least not commonly. And yet, the volume of it, the sheer force, didn't match with anything smaller. The noise stopped as suddenly as it had started. We stood frozen for a few more seconds, scanning every gap between branches. Nothing. No movement. No sound but our own breathing. We kept walking after that, a little faster than before, checking over our shoulders every few steps. The path ahead felt longer on the way back, the graffiti shapes warping in my peripheral vision as I kept scanning for movement. By the time we climbed down from the aqueduct and reached the street, the noise of passing cars was like a shield. We didn't go back to that spot again. In both places, Lassen and Niles Canyon, there was no big dramatic ending. No attack, no sudden danger you could point to and say, that was the moment. But the truth is, real fear doesn't always come from what happens. Sometimes it's from what almost happens, what could happen. It's in the way the air changes when you're being watched. It's in the weight of the silence when the forest stops making its normal sounds. I think about that black bear sometimes, the way it moved without looking at me, how easily that could have gone another way. I think about the crashing in the brush at Niles, the sound of something big enough to break branches, but invisible. And the more I think about it, the more I realize the scariest moments aren't always the ones where you run for your life. Sometimes they're the ones where you keep walking slow and careful because you know you might have to run and you're hoping you never have to find out how fast you can go. I've worked as a park ranger for a number of years now. long enough to see more than my fair share of strange, unsettling, and flat-out unnerving situations in the woods. You stay out here long enough, and the peaceful wilderness that tourist picture starts to take on a different edge. Most folks see towering trees, calm lakes, and quiet trails. I see the blind corners, the places where cell service dies, and the paths where things, human and otherwise, can move around without anyone noticing. I've dealt with everything from drunken campers with more ammo than sense, to black bears learning how to unzip coolers, to search and rescue calls that didn't end well. But of all the things I've been through, the one that stuck with me most, the one that still creeps into my head when I'm lying in bed at night, happened not too long ago. Summer of 2019, Adirondack Mountains, New York, near the town of Warrensburg. It was the middle of July, peak camping season. The weather was perfect, clear skies, highs in the mid-70s during the day, cool enough at night to make a campfire feel like a necessity. Mosquitoes were bad that year, though, and we had a lot of reports of raccoons getting bold. People kept leaving food out, thinking it's just one night, and then being shocked when something shredded their tent to get to a loaf of bread. My job that week was part patrol, part public relations babysitting, reminding people to lock up their food, keep noise down, and respect quiet hours. That weekend, I had been assigned to a family-friendly campground that was a mix of RV spots, small campers, and tent sites. It was a clean, well-maintained area, the kind of place where the average camper wasn't looking for rugged adventure. They wanted to roast marshmallows, paddle a kayak, and maybe take a short hike before heading back to the comfort of a real mattress. We didn't get many problems there. At least, not the kind you could easily write in a report. The family in question, a middle-aged couple, their two daughters, one in her late teens, one maybe 11 or 12, and the older daughter's boyfriend, had come in earlier in the week. They had a small but very new camper, parked in one of the gravel pad spots near the edge of the woods. Their setup was neat, clean, and nothing about them raised any red flags. I remember the dad being polite when I did my rounds, and the mom asking about good swimming spots. They seemed like normal, experienced campers. That night, I was making my way back from the far end of the campground just after 11 p.m. quiet hours had started, so I was moving slowly, using my flashlight sparingly, so I wouldn't wake people. The sky was so clear you could see every star, and the only real sounds were crickets and the occasional distant splash from the lake. I cut through the center of the campground toward the office when I noticed something that made me slow down. From where I was, I could see faint movement near one of the gravel spots on the edge, the same row where that family had set up their camper. It wasn't much, just a shadow that shifted wrong, but it was enough to make me pause. I kept my light off, letting my eyes adjust. The movement came again, slow, deliberate steps on gravel. Not an animal scurrying, not wind through the leaves. Footsteps. Two things hit me at once. First, these were distinctly two-footed steps. Second, they were coming from the side of the camper where the bunk bed windows were. That alone wasn't cause to jump to conclusions. Sometimes people wander late at night, stretch their legs, head to the restroom, whatever. But the way these footsteps sounded wasn't casual. They were slow, almost measured. The kind of pace someone uses when they're trying not to be heard. I stood still and listened. The steps grew closer to the camper, then stopped completely. My brain started automatically mapping the spot in my head. That was right beside the lower bunk window. The gravel pads were small, meaning if someone was standing there, they were almost pressed against the side of the camper. I couldn't see who it was from my position, and I didn't want to shine my light just yet. My instinct was to watch and gather as much detail as I could. I heard nothing for several seconds, not even the faint scrape of a shoe. Whoever it was, they were standing still. In my head, I picture the layout. Lower bunk on that side. Dark tinted windows, yes, but if the person inside had a phone on, the light would show. If someone was outside, they'd see that glow and know exactly where a person was lying. That thought bothered me more than I wanted to admit. After maybe 10 seconds of silence, the footsteps started again, but this time they moved away from the camper. Not quickly, just a steady pace back over the gravel. I let my breath out slowly. Then, faint but unmistakable, came a different sound. The rasp of a zipper. It was coming from one of the two tents pitched about 10 feet from the camper. I froze, listening harder. The zipper noise stopped. Then there was a soft rustling inside the tent. Fabric shifting, items being moved. If this had been a raccoon or a bear, I would have heard more chaotic movement. This was too quiet, too deliberate. I decided I needed to move in, but I did it carefully. I circled around the row of campers to approach from behind, keeping my flashlight off until I was close enough to need it. By the time I got there, the noise had stopped completely. I scanned the area with my light. Nothing. The tents were zipped shut again. No sign of a person nearby. I checked the gravel road in both directions. It was empty. I listened for retreating footsteps, but heard nothing except the steady hum of night insects. At that point, I could have woken the family and done a full perimeter check, but I hesitated. This campground had a quiet community-type atmosphere, and the last thing I wanted was to spook everyone without proof of a threat. Instead, I widened my patrol, looping the surrounding area in case someone had moved off into the woods. Nothing. The rest of my shift was uneventful, but I couldn't shake the unease. Something about the way those footsteps had stopped right by the camper window felt too targeted. The next morning, I passed by their site during my rounds. The tents, both of them, were partially unzipped. Not wide open, just enough to see that gear had been moved around. The younger daughter's sleeping bag was pushed to one side. The family's cooler had been left inside the camper, untouched. I asked a few casual questions to other campers in the row, just to see if anyone had noticed anything. An older couple in a neighboring camper mentioned hearing footsteps in the night too, around the same time I had, but they assumed it was just someone walking to the restroom. The family didn't say much that morning, but they looked tired. I didn't press. That was the last night they camped there. They packed up later that afternoon and left. No complaints, no incident report, just gone. I checked the patrol logs for the rest of that week. No other strange activity was noted in that area. Whoever it was, or whatever they were after, didn't come back. But I can tell you this, those weren't animal sounds. They weren't casual late-night wanderer sounds. Someone walked up to that camper, stood there long enough to watch or listen, then moved on to quietly check two tents. No signs of theft, no forced entry. Just looking. And in my experience, people who do that once often do it more than once. Since then, I've kept a much tighter watch on the outer edges of campgrounds, especially the sites near tree lines or trails. People assume the most dangerous thing out here is a bear or a coyote. They forget that sometimes it's another person moving slow, taking their time, just outside the thin wall of fabric or aluminum you're sleeping behind. And the worst part? If you hear them, you already got lucky. Because a lot of the time, they make sure you don't. I've worked as a ranger in the Los Angeles area for long enough to know that the scary places people like to dare each other to visit usually end up being less about ghosts and more about bad planning, risky terrain, and the wrong kind of people hanging around. The abandoned zoo in Griffith Park is one of those spots. It's been closed since the mid-1960s, but the old stone enclosures and rusting cages are still there, tucked into a section of canyon that takes some effort to reach if you're coming from the backside trails. In daylight, it's a curiosity. At night, it turns into a magnet for thrill seekers, amateur paranormal chasers, and people looking for trouble. A few years back, I was off duty but still on call for the Park Service when I heard from a buddy that a group of hikers, 7 of them, had headed up toward the zoo after dark. I wasn't supposed to be patrolling that night, but I knew enough about the spot to figure I'd go have a quiet look from a distance, just to make sure they didn't end up in trouble. Griffith Park isn't wilderness in the same way as the backcountry parks I've worked, but the terrain is still rough if you're not used to it. Steep canyon walls, loose soil, blind corners, and narrow cuts in the rock where you can't easily pass someone. The group had started from the lower canyon parking area just before 9 p.m. based on what another hiker had mentioned to me. I left my truck at the ranger station and hiked up a different route, cutting across a ridge to intersect the trail above them. The first mile or so is pretty tame, wide, packed down dirt, dotted with sagebrush and the occasional gnarled oak. Even at night, you can make good time if you've got decent lighting. But that night, the air had that dry, restless feel that happens before the wind kicks up. The canyon was already dark, the kind of dark where you lose definition past 30 feet and only see what your flashlight beam cuts into. I picked up the trail where it narrows to single file around the 3/4 mark. That's where the terrain gets tricky. Rock walls pressed in on one side, a drop off on the other, the path no more than 2 feet wide in places. I could hear the group before I saw them. Boots scuffing dirt, the faint click of flashlight switches, the uneven rhythm of people trying to keep pace in a confined space. Their lights were already acting up, flickering in a way that made shadows jump on the walls. Now, most people chalk that kind of thing up to creepy atmosphere, but as a ranger I've seen enough to know the practical reasons. Batteries drain faster in the cold, poor contacts inside the casing, or cheap lights that can't handle a steady beam. And in this case, there's also something in the canyon itself. Certain sections have enough iron in the rock to throw off low-quality electronics. It's subtle, but if your gear's already on its last legs, that's where it'll start failing. I kept my distance at first, watching from a shadowed bend in the trail. The lead hiker, tall, wearing a backpack, suddenly froze. The others bunched up behind him. In the tight space, they had to shuffle sideways against the rock to avoid tipping toward the edge. I angled my light low so it wouldn't blind them and saw what had made them stop. A man was coming toward them from the opposite direction. All white clothing, loose pants, long-sleeved shirt, even a white hat with a narrow brim. White hair, too, cut short. He wasn't hurrying. In fact, he walked with an odd confidence for someone on that kind of trail at night. The way you move when you've been through a place 100 times and don't need to look down at your feet. His left hand was up near his face, not in a threatening way, but almost like he was shielding himself from the glare of their lights. The strange part wasn't his appearance so much as where he was. That section of trail isn't the kind of place you casually pass by another person, especially without a quick word or at least a mutual nod. It's too tight for comfort, and most folks instinctively shift their stance or stop altogether when they encounter someone. But this man just kept walking, slipping past them with a barest turn of his shoulder, his gaze fixed straight ahead. When he got to where I was standing, tucked in against the rock, he didn't react to me either. Just kept moving, his footfalls steady until the darkness swallowed him up down trail. I watched him go for a good 30 seconds, waiting to see if he'd pull out a light or change his pace, but he didn't either. Eventually, the sound of his boots on dirt faded completely. At that point, the group had bunched together in a nervous knot. They didn't say anything, but I could tell they were rethinking their plan. I stepped forward enough for my presence to be clear, but kept my badge out of sight so they wouldn't get self-conscious about being caught. They started back the way they'd come, keeping a tighter formation now, phones out for light instead of their flickering flashlights. The hike down was slower, going downhill in the dark always is, but they made it without incident. I shadowed them from a distance, partly to make sure they didn't get turned around at one of the junctions, and partly because I wanted to see if the man in white reappeared. He didn't. Back at the lower parking lot, their vehicles were parked in the far corner, under one of the tall sodium lights. I noticed movement around one of the cars, quick, darting shapes. At first glance, they could have been moths, but they were too large and moving too deliberately. When I got closer, I saw they were small drones, maybe the size of softball, with ring-style LED lights that gave off a faint bluish glow. There were 3 of them, circling the car at chest height in a loose pattern. As soon as the hikers noticed them, the drones shot upward and disappeared into the dark above the tree line. No sound except the faint whine of their rotors, and even that was gone within seconds. That's when things clicked into place for me. The man in white, the flickering lights, the oddly confident walk through the narrow trail. It all lined up with something we'd been seeing off and on for a couple of years. Not ghosts, not demons, just a small but persistent group of people using the abandoned zoo and surrounding trails as a stage for their own unofficial interactive haunt experiences. They'd pick a weekend night, dress in memorable costumes, and deploy small drones for atmosphere. The flickering flashlights? Probably boosted by handheld signal jammers. The whole thing was meant to create a sense of unease for anyone who wandered through at the right or wrong time. It's not illegal to walk a public trail in a costume, but interfering with other people's electronics and operating drones without permits in the park definitely is. We tried to catch them in the act before, but they were smart, kept moving, stayed quiet, and never confronted anyone directly. Just close enough to get under people's skin, then gone before a ranger could close the gap. I didn't go charging after them that night, without clear evidence or a safety issue in progress. All I could do was make a note of the time and location and check the drone logs later. The hikers piled into their cars and left fast, the engines revving hard as they pulled out of the lot. In the days that followed, I kept an ear out for more reports. A couple of other night hikers mentioned seeing strange lights in the canyon that same week, but no one else described the man in white. Either they'd changed their setup, or they decided to lay low for a while. People still ask me if I think the abandoned zoo is haunted. I tell them the truth. The only scary things up there are the steep drop-offs, the occasional mountain lion, and the lengths some people will go to for a thrill at someone else's expense. You go looking for ghosts, you'll find something, but it'll usually have a lot more to do with human behavior than anything supernatural. That night taught me something, though. Fear doesn't need a backstory or a legend to work. It just needs the right setting, a few carefully chosen details, and the element of surprise. And if you're not paying attention, it's easy to mistake a person with a plan for something you can't explain. I still patrol the trails near the zoo sometimes, especially on weekends. I've never seen the man in white again, but every time my flashlight flickers in that narrow cut of trail, I find myself glancing ahead into the dark, half expecting to catch the shape of someone moving toward me, steady as ever. And that's the thing about a good scare, it doesn't have to happen twice to stick with you. It just has to happen once, in the right place at the right time. I've spent most of my adult life working outdoors in one way or another. Long before I became a park ranger, I was in the Boy Scouts, trudging through miles of trails with a pack cutting into my shoulders and boots that always seemed to rub the same raw spot on my heel. That's where I learned that forests change after the sun goes down. The same trees that look open and friendly in daylight can feel like walls in the dark. The air gets heavier, every sound sharper, and the shadows move differently. I've been in some deep wilderness since then, but there's one trip from my scouting years that still sits in my memory like a stone at the bottom of a creek. Silent most of the time, but occasionally stirring up old feelings I can't ignore. We were in the Manistee National Forest, several miles in from the nearest trailhead. It was midsummer, warm enough that you could walk all day without needing a jacket, but the nights still cooled down enough to make you grateful for a sleeping bag. Our troop was small, just a handful of boys, a scoutmaster, and an assistant scoutmaster. We'd started out early that morning, the straps of our packs creaking as we wound along narrow dirt trails, past low hills, pine stands, and stretches of hardwoods where the light poured through in pale gold columns. The forest, there's a mix of pine and deciduous growth, and when the breeze moves through it, you get two very different sounds layered together: the whisper of pine needles and the broad, soft rustle of leaves. All day, that sound was our background noise, along with the occasional crunch of boots on dry dirt and the low thump of water bottles swinging against packs. We made camp on a flat patch of ground near a bend in a small creek. It wasn't an official campsite, just a clear area where the ground was dry and the trees opened up enough to let in the evening light. There was a soft mat of pine needles over the soil, which made for an easy tent setup. Everyone had their routines. Some boys went to gather wood, others started filtering water. I remember standing for a moment, watching the shadows lengthen over the creek, the water darkening until it reflected nothing but the pale evening sky. By the time the fire was going and dinner was cooked, the sun had fully dropped behind the treeline. The air had that cool, damp smell that only comes in heavily wooded areas, a mix of wet soil, moss, and distant pine sap. We ate quickly, as always happens on long hiking days, and after some quiet moments around the fire, everyone peeled off into their tents. I zipped mine up, curled into my sleeping bag, and let the faint hiss of the creek lull me towards sleep. It must have been sometime past midnight when I woke up. At first, I didn't know why. The forest at night has its own constant background of sounds, and you learn to sleep through them. But this was different. It started as a far-off noise, high-pitched and uneven. Not the yipping of coyotes, not the drawn-out howl of a lone wolf. It was sharper, more ragged, almost like something being torn in the air. The sound rose and fell in waves, sometimes closer, sometimes further away, and it had an edge to it that made the hairs on my arms stand up. The longer I lay there, the more I realized there were other noises mixed in. Short, sharp shrieks that seemed to come from a different direction. Then, spaced irregularly between them, a hard, heavy sound, like with striking wood. Not a dull thud, but the ringing crack you'd hear if someone swung a baseball bat into a solid tree trunk. The forest was black outside my tent, the kind of dark where the only thing you can make out are vague shapes, and even those could be tricks of your eyes adjusting. Every time that striking noise came, I pictured someone or something swinging with full force, splintering bark with each hit. The sounds carried for what felt like hours. There was no rhythm to them, no pattern I could figure out. Sometimes the high-pitched calls would overlap, almost as if multiple sources were making them. Sometimes the strikes came in quick succession. Other times they were far apart, leaving only the ringing echo fading into the forest. I lay as still as I could, trying to listen without drawing attention, though to what I couldn't have said. There's a difference between hearing a wild animal and knowing what you're hearing. I've heard coyotes bark and yip in the night before. It can be unsettling if you're not used to it, but it's familiar. This wasn't. It sounded wild, but not in a way I could place. And it was close enough that I could feel it in my chest when the louder shrieks came. Every so often, I'd hear a rustle in the undergrowth, faint but deliberate. By the time the noises stopped, my whole body felt wound-tight. I don't remember falling asleep again, but the next thing I knew, pale light was filtering through the tent fabric, and I could hear the muted sounds of people moving around camp. There was a quiet tension in the air, the kind you don't always notice unless you're paying attention. No one said much. The only mention of the night was a passing comment from the assistant scoutmaster, brushing it off as coyotes. No one challenged him, but I could tell by the way a few of the other boys avoided looking at each other that they had heard exactly what I had. We packed up camp and started along the trail again. The morning air was crisp, with a light fog hanging low in some of the dips along the path. I kept glancing off into the woods, looking for signs, broken branches, scuffed ground, anything that might explain the night before. But the forest keeps its secrets well. Every patch of undergrowth looked undisturbed. Every tree stood as it had the day before. Late that morning, we met a lone hiker coming from the opposite direction. He was lean, sun-browned, with the kind of wear on his gear that told you he'd been out for days. He stopped us and asked if we'd been making noise the night before. From his tone, I could tell it hadn't just been a mild annoyance. Whatever he'd heard had kept him awake and left him irritated enough to bring it up to strangers on the trail. We moved on after a short exchange, but his reaction stuck with me. It was confirmation. Someone else, miles from our camp, had been disturbed by the same thing. The rest of that trip passed without incident. We hiked, we camped, we made it back to the trailhead and went home. But the memory stayed with me. Not in the way some scary campfire story lingers. This was different. It felt unresolved, like something I should have been able to explain, but couldn't. Years later, I stumbled on a video online. Someone had recorded strange noises in the Manistee National Forest, in an area not far from where we'd camped that night. The sounds were almost identical. High-pitched calls, uneven shrieks, and sharp wood-on-wood strikes echoing in the background. The recording was grainy, taken in darkness, but the audio was clear enough to send a shiver up my spine. I listened to it twice, then closed my laptop and sat in silence for a long time. I've since learned that wood knocking is sometimes associated with certain wildlife behaviors, though it's rare and not fully understood. Some say it's territorial, a way to send a message without direct confrontation. Others believe it's part of mating displays. And there are people who claim it's something else entirely, but I've never been one to chase explanations that can't be proven. All I know is that whatever made those noises that night was big enough or strong enough to strike with force and vocal enough to keep up that racket for hours. I've been back to the Manistee National Forest many times since. I've camped alone there, hiked deep into areas where you can go an entire day without seeing another person. I've heard coyotes, owls, foxes, and even the eerie scream of a bobcat, but I've never again heard that same combination of calls and knocks. It hasn't stopped me from going into the woods, but it has changed how I move through them. I pay closer attention to where I set camp. I listen more carefully when the forest gets quiet. And I carry the knowledge that not every sound has an immediate explanation, no matter how familiar you think you are with a place. That night didn't end in disaster. No one was hurt. We all walked out the way we went in. But the unease it planted in me has never gone away. When people ask why I take certain precautions, why I'm so careful about where I put my tent, I think back to that night. The darkness pressing in, the sharp cracks ringing through the trees, and the knowledge that something was out there, just far enough away to keep me guessing. And I realized that sometimes the scariest part of the wilderness isn't what you can see, but what you can't. When I was younger, my family owned a camp far out in the deep outskirts of Powers, Michigan. It wasn't much by modern standards, just a small, hand-built log cabin tucked into a clearing surrounded by thick woods. There was no indoor plumbing, no running water, no electricity unless we ran the old generator, which we rarely did except for hunting season. The place was built by my grandfather and his brothers decades before I was born, mainly for deer season. Over the years, it became more than just a hunting camp. It was where we went when we wanted to be away from the noise of town, away from phones and neighbors and everything else. The cabin sat on a small rise, with thick pine and spruce on all sides. The nearest neighbor was miles away. A narrow, two-track road led in from the highway, and depending on the weather, it could be almost impassable. In the spring, the road softened so badly from meltwater that even our old truck would slide in the ruts. Out there at night, when the wind dropped, the silence felt thick enough to press against your ears. My dad decided one year that we'd spend spring break there instead of taking any kind of normal trip. I was in middle school at the time. My sister was a couple of years younger. The idea was to do some early fishing, check on the camp after winter, and maybe cut and stack some wood for summer. I remember feeling a little excited because in spring, the place always smelled different. Wet earth, pine sap, and the faint tang of the wood stove that clung to the inside walls. The first couple of days were uneventful. We cleared fallen branches, checked the roof, and walked the property line. The snow had melted in most places, leaving patches of soft mud and slush. The air stayed cold at night, but warmed enough during the day that you could walk without a jacket. Nights came fast out there, and when they did, the darkness felt absolute. The only lights were from our lanterns, the fire, and whatever stars showed through the clouds. The sleeping setup in the cabin was simple. Downstairs, there was one small bedroom my dad used, along with a main room for eating and sitting around the stove. Upstairs was an open loft with 4 or 5 beds scattered along the walls. The loft wasn't fancy, just plywood flooring, exposed beams, and a low roof. At one end was a small skylight. That skylight didn't open. It was just a sheet of glass set into the roof to let in light during the day. At night, it gave you a view of the stars, and sometimes, if you were lucky, the faint shimmer of the northern lights. The second night we were there, my dad went to bed early. My sister was out cold not long after him. Both of them snored, and not the quiet kind of snoring you can tune out. It was loud enough to keep me awake. I had my old iPod Nano with me, and I brought a pair of cheap earbuds so I could play games without disturbing anyone. The battery didn't last long, so I'd use it sparingly, just enough to distract myself until I could fall asleep. I lay there in the loft in my sleeping bag, tapping away at the tiny screen. The loft smelled faintly of cedar from the boards, and I could feel the faint warmth from the stove below rising up. Outside, the wind had died down completely. Usually that meant you could hear every little sound in the forest, branches creaking, snow slipping off a roof, but that night it felt almost too quiet. I was starting to feel tired, the kind of tired where your eyes sting and your thoughts blur. I set the iPod down on the bed next to me and stretched under the sleeping bag. That's when I heard it, this loud, low buzzing sound. It wasn't like a mosquito or a fly. This was deep, mechanical, almost like the hum you get from a big transformer or a heavy electrical line. The sound seemed to come from above, but it was strong enough that I felt it through the wood. It made the walls vibrate slightly, and even the metal frame of the bed rattled faintly. I opened my eyes and stared up at the skylight. At first, I thought it was just dark glass reflecting the dim lantern light from below, but then something changed. Colors began to move across the glass, an odd, shifting swirl, like a rainbow scene in an oil slick. It wasn't like the northern lights I'd seen before. The colors were sharper, more concentrated, and they seemed to move with purpose, almost as if they were flowing toward the center of the glass. The buzzing grew louder. It wasn't deafening, but it was enough to make my teeth feel strange, like they were buzzing in my jaw. I remember holding my breath, thinking maybe a plane was passing low, but no plane I'd ever seen made colors like that. It wasn't the same as fireworks, either. It was too steady, too controlled. For a few seconds, the colors filled the entire skylight, blotting out everything else. They seemed to be getting closer, brighter. My heart was racing now, and without thinking, I grabbed a pillow and threw it toward my dad's bed in the corner of the loft. The pillow hit the wall near him, but just as it landed, the buzzing cut out completely. The colors vanished in an instant, leaving only the black sky and a faint reflection of the room below. I stayed frozen for a while, listening. The silence was so sudden it made my ears ring. I could hear my dad and sister breathing heavily in their sleep. No footsteps outside, no engines, no wind. Nothing. Eventually, my heartbeat slowed enough that I could think straight. I sat up and pressed my face to the glass, trying to see if there was anything above the cabin. There was nothing but darkness, the faint outline of treetops against the night sky. I even cracked the loft window to listen for any distant sound, but there was nothing unusual. The rest of the night, I barely slept. I kept looking up at the skylight, half expecting the colors to return, but the glass stayed black. When dawn came, I went outside. The ground was wet with dew, the air cold enough to bite. I walked a slow circle around the cabin, scanning the ground for anything, burn marks, strange debris, anything out of place. But the clearing looked exactly the same as it always had. No branches broken, no smell of smoke, no disturbed ground. We stayed at the camp for the rest of the week. I never saw the colors again, but each night, I found myself lying awake longer than usual, staring at the skylight, waiting. I thought about all the possibilities. Could have been some strange weather phenomenon, maybe distant power lines arcing, but the nearest high-voltage lines were miles away. Could have been a low-flying aircraft. That didn't make sense either. The buzzing wasn't like any engine I'd heard, and the colors. I still don't have a way to explain them. Years later, when I became a park ranger, I worked in areas where people sometimes reported strange lights in the sky, especially in remote places away from towns. Most of those I could explain: atmospheric reflections, flares, aircraft, even satellites catching the sun just right. But every now and then, I'd hear a story that didn't have an easy answer. Whenever that happened, I'd think back to that night in the loft, the hum in my teeth, the colors sliding across the glass. I never told my dad or sister the details, because what could I say? We were in the middle of nowhere, without electricity, without any equipment that could make a light like that. The memory has stayed with me, not because it was terrifying in an obvious way, but because it didn't fit anywhere in the list of things I could identify. Out there, far from everything, sometimes you see things that have no neat explanation. You can call it rare weather, call it trick of the eyes, call it whatever you want, but when it happens to you, it stays in your mind like a stain you can't quite scrub out. And to this day, whenever I find myself alone in a remote cabin, I make sure the bed I choose isn't under a skylight. I've worked search and rescue in and around the Grand Canyon for a while now. And even after everything I've seen, heat stroke victims, hikers lost for days, flash flood near misses, there's still one story that comes back to me whenever someone talks about that place like it's just a beautiful hike. It didn't even happen while I was a ranger. This was before I'd ever thought about working here, before I'd even considered that you could have a job in a national park that didn't involve selling souvenirs or scooping ice cream. I was just another 18-year-old kid with too much energy, a new diploma in my hand, and absolutely no sense of how easy it is to die in a desert. My buddy and I had just graduated high school, and decided that we were going to celebrate by doing something epic. That was our word back then, epic. Most people our age went to the beach or Vegas. We figured we'd do a hike in the Grand Canyon. I'd seen a few family trips to the rim before, stared down into that impossible hole in the earth, but I'd never been inside it. My friend was the same way. We thought we'd just pick a trail and go. That's the first mistake a lot of people make here, thinking the Grand Canyon is like any other hike. When you're 18, you've got that dumb invincible feeling. We wanted the hardest thing we could find. We weren't looking for scenic. We wanted dangerous, hard. You'll never forget it. We didn't bother reading up on water sources or temperature variations or how long it actually takes to get out once you get down. We just looked for trails with high difficulty ratings. That's how we landed on the Tanner Trail. I don't even remember how we came across it. Maybe an old guidebook, maybe some online hiking forum, but everything we read said it was steep, rocky, exposed, and barely maintained. Perfect. Exactly what two 18-year-old idiots thought sounded fun. If I remember right, the listing we saw mentioned that parts of it were washed out. That didn't scare us. It just made it sound more adventurous. We had no idea that washed out in Grand Canyon terms can mean a section where the trail is literally gone, a steep slope of loose gravel where one wrong step means tumbling down 100 feet. We didn't pick the best time to do it, either. Late June, the desert's oven setting. We thought we were tough. We'd both done summer football practices in full pads, standing on hot turf in triple-digit heat. We figured the canyon wouldn't be worse than that. Another bad assumption. The thing people don't get until they've done it is that the Grand Canyon plays tricks on you. You start at the top where it's hot but tolerable, you hike down, and it gets hotter and hotter the deeper you go. The air gets heavier, the sun bounces off the rock walls, and by the time you hit the bottom, it's like you've walked into a furnace with no shade and no breeze. That day, the bottom was pushing 120 degrees. We started in the morning, packs loaded with more water than food. My pack was around 40 pounds, mostly water and some snacks. The Tanner Trail starts off giving you these sweeping views. You can see the river from way up top, but the path is narrow, the drop-off sharp. It's not the kind of trail where you can daydream while you walk. Every step matters. By the second hour, my shirt was sticking to me, my lower back ached from the weight, and my calves were burning from all the downhill pounding. But it was beautiful. The rock layers change colors every few hundred feet, going from pale tan to deep red to purple. There were moments when it was so quiet all I could hear was my own breathing and the crunch of my boots on gravel. We didn't see a single person the whole way down. That should have been a warning sign. This isn't one of those busy Grand Canyon routes where you pass groups every half hour. Tanner is remote. If something goes wrong, it's a long, slow rescue, if anyone even knows you're there. Somewhere past midday, we dropped into a dry creek bed. I think it was Tanner Creek. It was just a long, winding stretch of pale, sun-baked stones hemmed in by low cliffs. The air down there barely moved. Every time I bent over to adjust my pack straps, sweat rolled off my forehead and splashed onto the rocks. We followed the creek bed toward the river, rounding these big boulders that looked like they'd tumbled down from the cliffs above decades ago. The river sound was faint at first, just a low hiss under the crunch of our boots, but it grew louder with each bend. That's when we saw him. It's hard to explain what was strange about the moment, because on paper, it sounds like nothing, just two hikers coming across another person. But after hours in that heat, with no other signs of human life, the sudden appearance of someone else felt out of place. He was standing right where the dry creek met the Colorado River. The water there was fast, all froth and churning green, rushing past the mouth of the creek. He was a young Native American man, late 20s or early 30s. Long black hair, denim shirt tucked neatly into faded jeans. He looked like he walked straight out of some old Western movie. My brain went straight to Lou Diamond Phillips in Young Guns. He didn't notice us at first, or if he did, he didn't react. He was just locked in on something. That's when I saw the ball in his hand. A bright blue racquetball, the kind you'd see in a gym. He threw it hard into the rapids. The ball zipped away, bouncing off the water surface, got caught in the current, disappeared behind a rock, and then, impossibly, it popped back toward him, riding a little eddy that spun it upstream like a conveyor belt. It didn't just happen once. He caught it, threw it again, same thing. Over and over. My brain was too fried from the heat to really process how weird that was at the time. We just said a quick hello, walked past him upstream, and found a flat patch to set up camp. I remember lowering my pack, feeling my shoulders scream with relief, and then immediately wanting to collapse onto the ground. My friend started pulling out his sleeping bag, muttering about food. When I looked back toward the creek mouth, the man was gone. No sound of footsteps, no splashing in the water, no movement at all, just a river roaring past. That night, I couldn't sleep. The heat didn't really break, even after the sun went down. The rocks held onto it like an oven, radiating it back at us in waves. Every little noise, a shifting pebble, a splash somewhere downstream, made my chest tighten. I kept replaying the scene with the ball in my head. The thing was, you can't just know a spot on the Colorado River where a ball will come back to you like that unless you've been there a lot. And Tanner Trail isn't a drop-in for the afternoon kind of place. It's remote, hard to reach, no casual tourists, no easy exits. If you're there, you plan for it. We never saw him again. Not the next morning, not on the hike back. Years later, when I started working as a ranger, I learned just how many ways that trip could have gone wrong. Heat stroke, dehydration, a slip on the loose rock. If something had happened, nobody would have known until it was too late. And I've thought a lot about that man. How he got there, how long he'd been there, what he was doing alone in that heat. There's nothing supernatural about it. People live in strange rhythms down here. Some come for solitude, some for reasons they'll never explain. But the human mind starts to fray in the desert, especially if you spend too much time alone with the heat and the silence. That's the thing about the Grand Canyon that most visitors don't realize. It's not just the danger of the cliffs or the river. It's the isolation, the way it strips you down until you're left with only the barest parts of yourself. And sometimes, what's left isn't something you want to meet at the bottom of the world. I've done hundreds of hikes since then, some in worse heat, some on rougher trails. But Tanner, and that man with the racquetball, is the one that still visits me at night. Not because I think he was anything more than human, but because in a place that remote, you can never be entirely sure what someone is doing there or why. I've spent a lot of my life in wild places, but I've always had a strange pull toward the MT Adams area. There's something about that mountain that doesn't sit like the others in the Cascades. It feels different, not in a mystical way. At least that's what I told myself, but in the way the air hangs there. When the sun starts to dip, the whole place seems to shift a little, like the trees are leaning closer together and the mountain itself is holding its breath. The first time I decided to actually camp up there, it was early summer. The snowline was still visible on the upper ridges, and the meltwater was running fast in the creeks. I've been dating my boyfriend for a few months. He was the kind of guy who didn't buy into anything he couldn't measure, test, or prove. Skeptic wasn't even the right word. He was borderline allergic to anything weird, which made the trip more appealing to me. I'd heard stories for years about strange lights over MT Adams, and I wanted to see if I could catch them with him there. We picked a dispersed spot well off the main forest roads. The kind of place you only find if you're willing to keep driving down narrow, rutted tracks until you're half convinced you'll have to turn around. No other campers, no distant hum of a highway. Just us, the forest, and the mountains standing behind the trees. The first day was perfect. Warm in the sun, cool in the shade. We hiked a bit, cooked over a small fire, and watched the sun slip behind the ridges to the west. The sky turned that deep navy blue where the first stars start showing before it really gets dark. I was half hoping for a show, but I didn't want to bring it up yet. I figured if something did happen, I wanted him to witness it without me setting him up for it. It was probably close to 11 p.m. when the first light appeared. It was faint at first like a bright star, but it was moving too fast to be a plane, too steady to be a satellite. Then it blinked out. A minute later, another light appeared in a completely different part of the sky, zipped across an arc, and vanished. Over the next half hour, we saw more. Lights appearing out of nowhere, sometimes 2 or 3 at once, then streaking and disappearing. Twice, I saw 2 lights appear from different points and move toward each other until they joined into one and then winked out. He kept trying to rationalize it. Meteors, reflections, high-altitude aircraft. But after the fourth or fifth sighting, he got quiet. Eventually, he said the words I never thought I'd hear from him. Yeah, I have no idea what that was. That was enough for me. I didn't need to prove anything beyond that moment. We didn't see much more the rest of the night, and we left the next morning without anything dramatic happening. But the trip stuck with me, and I think it stuck with him too, even if he didn't want to admit it. A few months later, we went camping again, this time with his dad and stepdad. Both of them were Forest Service and BLM veterans with decades of experience in the field. The kind of men who had lived most of their lives in the woods, knew every ridge and drainage, and could track a deer through leaf litter without making a sound. Neither of them were the type to indulge in ghost stories or strange tales. We were sitting around the fire one evening when the MT Adams trip came up. I mentioned the spot we camped at, and his stepdad immediately said he knew the area. Said it had been part of his beat for years back in the 80s. Then, without any prompting about lights or UFOs, he casually said something that made my skin prickle. We were supposed to be up there looking for camp thieves. We never caught any thieves, but we saw a lot of weird stuff in the sky. The conversation shifted, but I kept thinking about that. Later, I pressed him for more details. He hesitated, almost like he didn't want to open that door. But eventually, he told me one story. It was sometime in the early 80s. The Forest Service had been getting reports of illegal logging, specifically big black trucks coming in at night, loading up with stolen timber and disappearing before anyone could track them. He and his partner decided to stake out one of the areas where it was happening. They drove in after dark, backed their truck deep into the brush to hide it from the road, and shut everything down. No lights, no engine noise, and they had to sit in silence until the truck cooled enough that it wouldn't be visible through night vision. The thing was, where they parked, there was nothing behind them but forest. No road, no clearing, just thick trees running up the slope. They sat there for over an hour, listening to the night. He said the forest was unusually still. No owls, no small animals moving in the underbrush. Then, without warning, these massive bright lights appeared from deep within the forest behind them. Not flashlights, not vehicle headlights. They were too big, too high, and so intense that they lit up the entire outline of their truck. He could see the antennas, the spotlights mounted on the rack, even the dust on the mirrors. Their own shadows were thrown forward across the brush in front of them. And then, just as suddenly as they'd appeared, the lights went out. No sound of an engine starting. No crack of branches breaking. Just total silence again. They never found the thieves, and they never saw anything like those lights again. He swore that was the end of it. He didn't embellish, didn't speculate, just told it as flat and plain as you describe the weather. And that, more than anything, is what made it so unnerving. This man had the imagination of a brick and zero interest in telling tall tales. If he said he saw something, he saw it. The thing is, after hearing his story, I started to pay closer attention when I went back into the MT Adams area. I noticed little things like how some forest roads didn't match the maps exactly, or how certain clearings looked like they'd been cut and then left to grow over without any sign of logging permits. I started finding tire tracks in places where there shouldn't be any, sometimes deep into closed sections of the forest. One night, maybe a year after that conversation, I decided to go up there alone for a couple of days. I camped at a small pull-off near a ridge line, with a good view of the sky. It was late fall, and I knew I'd probably be the only one up there. The first day passed quietly. By nightfall, the temperature had dropped hard, and frost was already forming in the shadows. I built a small fire, cooked dinner, and sat watching the stars. It was after midnight when I saw the first light. Then another. They moved the same way as before, appearing, streaking, vanishing. I was halfway through noting the patterns when I realized there was another light, this one low in the trees behind my camp. It wasn't moving. It just glowed faintly, almost like a lantern through fog. I grabbed my flashlight and scanned the area, but there was nothing there. When I turned the light off, the glow was gone too. That night, I slept light, waking at every small sound. Sometime before dawn, I woke to a strange, muffled brightness pressing through the walls of my tent. Not the pale gray of morning light, but a hard, white illumination that seemed to come from every direction at once. I unzipped the flap just enough to look out, and for a split second, the entire forest around my campsite was lit up exactly like his stepdad had described. Every branch, every pine needle sharp in the glare. And then it was gone. By the time I broke camp and drove out, there were fresh tire tracks in the frost that hadn't been there the night before, leading deeper into the closed section beyond the ridge. I've been back to MT Adams many times since then. Sometimes I see the lights, sometimes I don't. But every time I drive those forest roads, I find myself glancing in the mirrors, half expecting to see something behind me. Not headlights, not taillights, but that impossible, blinding glow. I grew up in a neighborhood where most kids spent their weekends playing ball or riding bikes down crack streets. But my mind was always somewhere deeper, in the tree lines, in the smell of damp soil, in the feel of wind moving across open ground. I had this itch for hunting long before I had any real understanding of what it meant. Nobody in my family hunted. My dad wasn't the type, my mom wouldn't even go camping, and my uncles were city guys who thought nature meant cutting the grass once a week. But for some reason, I was drawn to it. When I finally got my hands on a BB gun, I felt like I'd just been given a key to a world I've been staring at from the outside. It wasn't anything fancy, just a pump action with a scratch stock, the kind you had to work 10 pumps into just to get any sort of decent range. I'd saved up my allowance and a few crumpled birthday bills, bought it at a little sporting goods store that smelled like dust, old canvas, and machine oil. That BB gun became my ticket into the woods in a way that felt different from just exploring. Before, I'd walk trails and notice mushrooms pushing through leaves or squirrels flicking their tails high up in the branches. But now, I stepped into those same places with a weird mix of curiosity and responsibility, as if the second I had something in my hands that could harm, the entire forest shifted into a place where consequences could happen. It was late summer when it happened. I can still place the time in my head, not by a calendar date, but by the way the air felt. Heavy, but not hot, like it had been holding on to the day's warmth but was ready to give it up to the night. I'd been wandering for a while, following old deer trails through a patch of woods I'd only been to a handful of times. There was a swampy section out there that fascinated me. My dad had told me, long ago, that there used to be a farmhouse in that area when he was little. By the time I was 3, the house was already collapsing. By the time I was old enough to go out there on my own, all that was left was the stone foundation and a chimney leaning slightly like it was too tired to keep standing. That night, I ended up there without really meaning to. I had been tracking nothing in particular, just poking around, maybe hoping to spot a rabbit or a squirrel dumb enough to let me get close. I wasn't thinking about dinner or sport or seasons. I was just a kid with a new toy, walking deeper into a world I thought I understood. The sun had gone down far enough that everything was shifting into shades of gray. Colors drained out of the woods until all that was left were silhouettes and shadows, the kind that seemed to move even when the trees were still. The swamp had that low, earthy smell, wet leaves, mud, and stagnant water that had been sitting for months. The foundation of the old farmhouse sat just beyond the edge of the wet ground, the chimney rising like a tombstone for something that used to be alive. I remember hearing it before I saw it, the heavy beat of wings overhead. Not the fast flutter of a small bird, but something slower, stronger, each push against the air sounding like it was displacing the space around me. I looked up just in time to see a large bird land on the top of a dead tree, its bare branches reaching up into the dimming sky. The shape was unmistakable in size, broad wings, thick body, head swiveling in that way only certain birds can. In my mind, I guessed it was an owl. I didn't know much about owls back then, except that they were big and cool, and stupidly, I thought maybe I could hit one. I wasn't thinking about loss. I wasn't thinking about the life of the animal. I was just a 13-year-old with a BB gun and an impulse. I raised the gun, pumped it without really thinking, and sighted down the barrel. The bird sat there, calm, like it didn't even know I was there. When I squeezed the trigger, the sound of the BB leaving the gun was small, a quick pop of air and metal, but the moment the pellet hit, the world changed. The bird let out a sound I'd never heard before, raw, tearing screech that wasn't just noise, it was feeling. It was pain, shock, and something almost angry all at once. It dropped from the branch, wings flailing, and disappeared into the underbrush near the swamp. I froze, the BB gun still in my hands, but my arms felt numb. The sound had punched straight through me, and before I could even take a step toward where it fell, the woods erupted. From every direction, in the trees around me, came this strange chorus. Not just owls, not just one kind of bird, but a mixture of noises that didn't make sense together. It wasn't the clean, rhythmic hooting you hear in nature recordings. It was screeching and whooping, calls that rose and fell, bouncing between the trees like echoes in a cave. It was so sudden, so loud, that it felt like the air itself was shaking. I turned in place, trying to figure out where it was coming from, but it was everywhere, above me, behind me, out past the swamp, up in the blackened branches. My brain couldn't sort the direction from the panic. I thought for a split second about the bird I'd just shot, lying somewhere in the leaves, and I felt this crushing wave of guilt. It was like the whole forest knew what I'd done, and every creature was letting me know at the same time. The light was dropping fast. Shadows stretched longer and darker between the trees, and the air seemed to thicken, like each breath was harder to pull in. The noise didn't stop. It felt coordinated like a single, unending alarm call, something ancient that I wasn't supposed to hear. My legs finally kicked into motion, and I ran. The way back home was about a quarter mile, but in the fading light and with the noise chasing me, it felt twice that. Roots caught at my shoes, branches snapped against my arms, and every time I thought the sound might be fading, it swelled again. I didn't dare look back toward the swamp. I didn't want to see what might have been there. When I finally broke out of the tree line and into the small stretch of backyard behind my house, my chest was on fire from the run. I stopped only long enough to glance over my shoulder. The woods were silent again, still and gray, like nothing had happened. I didn't tell anyone that night. I just leaned the BB gun in the corner of my room and sat on my bed, staring at my hands, trying to make sense of it. For weeks after, I avoided that part of the woods. Eventually, I stopped using the BB gun for anything more than tin cans. Years later, after I'd learned more about the outdoors, I understood at least part of what might have happened. Many birds, especially owls and other raptors, have distress calls that can trigger responses from other animals. If you hurt one, others may answer, not out of some supernatural vengeance, but as a kind of alarm system that predators can't ignore. In that swamp, with sound carrying the way it does in wetlands, it must have amplified and overlapped until it felt like 100 creatures calling out at once. Even knowing that, the memory still sits in my chest the same way. It's not about ghosts or anything supernatural, just the raw truth that the woods are alive in ways you can't predict, and when you make a mistake in that world, the response can feel bigger than you can handle. That night marked a line for me. I've hunted since then, but only for food, and only with full respect for the animal and the place it lives in. I never forgot the feeling of being surrounded, the way those calls hit the air all at once, or how small and stupid I felt holding that BB gun. The woods didn't punish me. They just reminded me, loudly and all at once, that I was a guest in their world and that my choices mattered. I've done my share of solo trips in some pretty remote areas, but the Mogollon Rim in northern Arizona is a place that will make you understand just how small you are. People think of Arizona and picture red rock desert, saguaros, and endless sun-baked mesas. But the stretch I was heading into that week couldn't have been more different. It was high country, over 7,000 feet, and in August it was wet, lush, and alive in a way most people wouldn't believe unless they saw it. Big pines, dripping ferns, soggy ground where old logs rotted into the earth, and a tangle of undergrowth that looked more like the Cascades than anything from a postcard of Arizona. The trail into this section wasn't even much of a trail. It started as a faint two-track, clearly in use for years, the ruts filled in with grass and small saplings, that eventually gave way to a faint path marked by the occasional blaze on a tree, but quickly disappeared into nothing but game trails. My map showed no real official campsites for miles in any direction, and I knew I wasn't going to see anyone out there. That's exactly what I wanted, solitude. But the deeper you go, the more you start to feel how vulnerable you really are. The first half of the hike was all uphill, slow and steady, with the air getting cooler as I gained elevation. The forest here was thick and old, the kind where trunks are too wide to wrap your arms around, and the canopy blocked so much light that the ground stayed damp even after days without rain. You could smell the moisture in the air, that earthy, mushroom-rich scent of a forest floor that never fully dries. Every so often I'd see a flash of movement, a squirrel darting up a trunk, a flicker of a bird's wing. But there was one thing that stood out. It was quiet, almost unnervingly so. No wind through the treetops, no distant woodpecker tapping, no rhythmic drone of insects. Just the sound of my own boots squelching in the mud, my breathing, and sometimes the soft creak of my pack straps shifting. I noticed it enough to make a mental note. Silence that deep can mean bad weather coming in, or it can just mean you're in a strange pocket of the forest where sound dies. I'd been making my way toward a spot I'd marked on my map, a bench above a creek that looked promising for a first night's camp. When you're backpacking solo, especially in rough country, you want a place that's both defensible and out of the path of anything dangerous like flash floods or falling rocks. This bench looked perfect, wide enough for my tent, level, and with natural barriers on both sides. When I finally reached it in the late afternoon, I could see right away why it stood out on the topo. On one side was a steep, brush-covered cliff that went up at an angle so sharp you'd need both hands and feet to climb it. The other side dropped sharply away in the creek, undercut by years of flooding, so that the water was directly below with no easy way down. The bench itself was only about the size of a big living room, carpeted in a mix of pine needles and low brush, with a few small open patches where I could pitch my tent. The only way onto that bench was a narrow, winding game trail that came up from the south through dense undergrowth. I walked it without my pack just to see what I was working with. It was steep, slippery in spots, and so overgrown that I had to push through ferns and thorny bushes in a few places. Anyone, human or animal, coming up that way would make a racket. That was comforting. When you're in an isolated spot, the sound of something approaching can mean the difference between surprise and preparation. Setting up camp was quick. I pitched my small, low-profile tent near the center of the bench, just far enough from the cliff edges to be safe, but close enough to catch whatever little breeze might find its way up there. I filtered a couple liters of water from the creek, cooked a hot meal, and settled in. I even tried to get a signal out on my satellite communicator to send my evening, all-good check-in to my family, but the canopy was so dense I had to hold the device up and shift it around for a while before the message finally sent. By the time night fell, the overcast sky had closed in, and without a moon, the darkness was absolute. I could see my breath in the beam of my headlamp. The only sound was the faint trickle of water below. Not a single insect chirp, not a single frog call, no wind, no distant owl, no branches creaking. Just that soft, steady sound of the creek. It was peaceful, but in a way that made the back of my neck feel prickly. I crawled into my sleeping bag, read a few pages from a paperback by the glow of my lamp, and eventually drifted off. It must have been somewhere deep in the night, the kind of time when you can't tell if it's closer to midnight or dawn, when I woke up to an intense brightness flooding through the thin nylon walls of my tent. It wasn't the yellow-orange of firelight, and it wasn't the diffuse glow of a headlamp from far away. This was a pure, cold white light, and it was strong enough to erase the darkness inside the tent entirely. My first, immediate thought was human. That meant trouble. Out here, if someone shows up in the middle of the night, it's rarely for a friendly reason. Could be someone following me. Could be an illegal grow site nearby, and they'd spotted my camp. Could be someone lost and panicked. I didn't have time to weigh the odds. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag, yanked on my jacket, and unzipped the tent in one fast motion. By the time I was halfway out, the light vanished. Just like that, gone. My own headlamp seemed pitifully weak in the sudden return of pitch blackness. I stood there, breathing hard, listening. Nothing. Dead silence. I swept my beam across the bench. The same brush, the same trunks of the big pines, the same tangled ferns. No movement. I turned off my light and let my eyes adjust, straining to hear anything. Footsteps, branches snapping, rocks tumbling down the game trail. Nothing. My heartbeat felt like it was echoing in my ears. That's when I caught it, a faint, flickering glow through the trees, well off in the distance. Not moving like a flashlight beam, more like a soft patch of light, shifting and pulsing, almost like a reflection. In any other situation, I might have chalked it up to moonlight breaking through clouds, but the sky was still completely overcast, and this was bright enough to stand out even through the trees. It lasted maybe a minute, then faded. I stayed outside my tent for a long time after that, headlamp off, ears open. The forest didn't return to life. No bugs, no night birds, nothing. Just the creek and the sound of my own breathing. I couldn't shake the feeling that if something had come up that trail, I'd have heard it, which meant if there was a person out there, they'd either found some other impossible way to approach, or they were still standing completely still somewhere in the dark, just out of sight. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in the cold, sipping water now and then, listening to the silence until the black began to turn the faintest shade of gray. When the first light of dawn started to creep in, I expected the usual, that sudden explosion of bird calls you get in the early morning, the forest shaking off the night. But the birds never started. The silence stayed. I checked the ground around camp carefully. No footprints but my own. No broken branches or signs of anyone moving through. The game trail down to the creek was undisturbed. I walked the bench's perimeter twice just to be sure. Nothing. Packing up that morning, I felt something I don't often feel in the backcountry. Eagerness to leave. Usually I take my time, enjoy the quiet. Not this time. I was down that trail and moving fast, every step taking me closer to open country and away from that bench. The Mogollon Rim is full of strange pockets of forest, places where light, sound, and even time can seem a little off. Maybe that glow was some trick of moisture and cloud cover, or the reflection of a distant campfire in a way my brain couldn't place. Maybe it was a poacher or a prospector, someone who saw my tent and decided to keep their distance. But the silence, the way the forest seemed to hold its breath for hours, was something I've never experienced before or since. I've camped all over Arizona, in desert canyons and high peaks, in the hottest months and the coldest, but I've never gone back to that spot. Some places just don't want you there, and if you're smart, you listen. I've spent a lot of nights in the woods, but this one still sticks with me. Not because I was scared out of my mind, but because it was strange in a way I still can't fully explain. I've thought about it a lot, replaying the details, walking myself through every step, and even after all this time, it still makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck when I think about it. I wasn't on duty as a ranger that night. This was personal time. I had a few days off and decided to do something I don't often get to do for myself. Hunt hogs. If you've never hunted wild hogs, you might not realize how destructive they are, rooting up the ground, tearing through vegetation, ruining food sources for native wildlife. In Florida, they're pretty much an open season animal. You can hunt them year-round, day or night, and I've taken full advantage of that more than once. My buddy and I decided to head out into Ocala National Forest to a spot I knew had good hog activity. The area we picked wasn't just a quick walk from the main road. This was deep in the woods, 3, maybe 4 miles from where I could park the car. The land out there isn't flat in the way people picture Florida. It's rolling and mixed. Some places are pine flatwoods where you can see a decent way ahead. Others are tight tangles of scrub oak, palmetto, and thick vines. In daylight, it's a maze. At night, you're going mostly on memory and compass bearings unless you want to be glued to a GPS the whole time. We were set up for it. We weren't just walking in with a flashlight and a hope for the best. Between the two of us, we had AR-15s set up for hog hunting, sidearms on our hips, and good fixed blade knives and sheaths. I had a heavy-duty flashlight in my hand, the kind that can either throw a tight beam hundreds of feet or strobe hard enough to disorient someone. It's got a solid metal casing too, basically a club in a pinch. The rifles had mounted lights, but I don't like burning battery unless I have to. Plus, the moon was out, and it was bright enough that under the trees, with some time for our eyes to adjust, we could navigate pretty well without turning night into day. We hunted late, later than we planned. If you've hunted hogs, you know they could be more active at night. The sounds of them moving in the underbrush, the sudden crack of something breaking as they root, it's all part of it. We got a couple shots off earlier in the night, but didn't connect on anything worth keeping. As midnight passed, we figured we'd start the trek back. We were deeper than I realized. The way the old logging roads crisscross out there can be misleading. They make perfect squares in some sections, but when you're following game, you can end up weaving through them without realizing how far you've gone. It was quiet in that way only the middle of the forest at night can be. No hum of cars, no far-off dogs barking, just the occasional creak of a tree, the rustle of something small in the leaves, and your own breathing. Every once in a while, you hear a night bird or the faint tap of a branch falling somewhere off in the dark. We were maybe halfway back to where the car was when we both heard it. Something moving hard and fast through the woods to our right. At first, my brain slotted it into a normal category, deer or hog, maybe even a black bear. It was heavy enough to snap underbrush, but not so heavy that it sounded like a huge bull crashing through. The pace of it was quick, almost like it was on a beeline to cross the trail ahead of us. This wasn't a wide, well-maintained road. This was one of those older cuts, narrow, half overgrown, with weeds and saplings pushing in from the edges. I stopped, held my rifle down, and gripped the flashlight tighter. I didn't turn it on right away. Out here, when you hear something in the brush, sometimes it's better to wait and catch it in the open than to light up the trees and have whatever it is freeze out of sight. The sound got closer, fast, angling toward the trail. The moment it hit the edge, I thumbed the flashlight on and hit it with the full beam. For just a second, all I saw was a flash of white, pale bare legs, human legs, stepping quickly across the trail. The rest of the body was blocked by the darkness of the trees, but the legs were clear enough in that beam to see they weren't wearing pants. Shorts maybe, but no light-colored fabric, just skin. It was over in 2 or 3 strides. Then it was gone, swallowed back into the black on the other side of the trail. I kept the light trained where it had crossed, listening for more movement. You hear enough animals at night, and you know their patterns. They stop, they sniff, they freeze, or they bolt again. But this was just gone. No sound, no rustle fading into the distance. Just silence. I remember thinking, what the hell is someone doing way out here, crashing through brush like that at 1 a.m. in shorts? We weren't anywhere near a campground or cabin. There were no trailheads close enough to explain it. This was solid, deep woods. We moved on. Turning back would have meant an extra half-hour detour around that whole quadrant, and we weren't in the mood for it. We kept our lights off again, only using them in quick bursts when the path ahead got too choked. Every so often, I caught what sounded like movement somewhere off in the dark, but nothing close enough to see. When we finally reached the car, I was relieved. The forest is one thing on foot, but once you're in your vehicle, there's this sense of being back in your own little bubble. My car was untouched, no broken glass, no tracks around it that didn't belong. We loaded up, kept our sidearms within reach, and I started down the dirt road toward the main highway. The night sky out there is unreal. With no light pollution, you can see the Milky Way clear as day. I had the moonroof open, and even with the strangeness of what we'd seen, part of me was just enjoying that ride out. The road was narrow, sandy in places with deep ruts in others, so I was taking it slow. Then, maybe half a mile from where we'd parked, my headlights washed over something up ahead. It was a man, just walking down the center of the road. He was wearing a checkered, button-down shirt and shorts. No backpack, no flashlight, no hat, nothing in his hands. His skin looked pale in the beam. We were still miles from any paved road, and beyond that, another 5 to 10 miles from any real town. I slowed down a little, not because I planned to stop, but because I couldn't quite make sense of it. There was no sign of distress, no wave for help. He didn't even turn his head to look at us as we passed. Just kept walking, same steady pace like he belonged there. As we put distance between us, my mind was chewing on it. Was this the same guy whose legs we saw cross the trail? If so, how did he get here before us? If it wasn't him, then that meant there were at least two people wandering the forest in the middle of the night, miles from anything. By the time we hit the paved road, we'd unloaded the rifles, locked them in the trunk, and just drove in silence. I didn't see any cars on the highway that could have belonged to him. No bikes stashed in the brush at the road's edge. Nothing. I've gone back to Ocala since then. I still hunt out there. I'm always armed, always aware. That night didn't scare me off, but it did remind me. You can be as prepared as you want in the woods, and the forest will still hand you moments that don't make sense. And in the backcountry, when something doesn't make sense, you don't ignore it. You remember it, and you keep your eyes open. I'd been to the El Dorado National Forest more times than I could count. Over the years, I'd grown familiar with the dirt roads, the sharp scent of pine that hit you when you stepped out of your vehicle, and the way the air cooled fast once the sun dipped below the tree line. Sopiago Springs was our usual spot, tucked away from the busier trails and campgrounds, quiet enough that you could forget about the rest of the world. My friends and I had spent dozens of nights out there, fishing, hunting, just sitting around a fire until the embers died down to a low glow. We knew it well enough to navigate without maps. That particular weekend, we decided to try something a little different. A 3-day foraging camp. The plan was to live off what we could find, with MREs in our packs in case things didn't pan out. We had a couple rifles, a shotgun, knives, rope, a tarp, and just enough basic gear to make a rough shelter. No extra luxuries, no cooler full of food. I like the idea. It stripped things down to the core. You paid more attention to where you stepped, what plants were growing around you, and the flow of the water in the streams. The first day went about as well as you could hope for. We got into camp in the late afternoon, set up a simple shelter with the tarp strung between a cluster of pines, and then hit the stream to see what we could find. My buddy dropped a squirrel with one shot, and the rest of us pulled a decent haul of crawdads from under the rocks in the shallows. By the time the sun had dipped and the cold started seeping into the air, we had a small feast going. We cooked the crawdads in a pot over the fire, roasted the squirrel meat on sticks, and passed around the few beers we'd carried in. It wasn't gourmet, but the food tasted better than anything from home. The forest was calm, the water trickled steady in the background, and we stayed up until the fire burned low. I slept hard that night, buried in my sleeping bag with the faint scent of smoke drifting in from the fire pit. Nothing stirred. The next morning, though, something was different. I couldn't pin it down right away. It wasn't just that the forest was quiet, it was that it was too quiet. Normally, you hear birds at first light, maybe a woodpecker, maybe squirrels bouncing between the trees. That morning there was nothing but the distant sound of the stream. I stood for a while near the fire pit, scanning the woods, my breath visible in the cool air. I'd grown up in the woods, learned early how to tell when something big was around. Bears, mountain lions, they make the forest go still. But this wasn't quite that. It was more like the trees themselves were holding their breath. We spent the day gathering more food. Some edible plants, a few more crawdads. Nothing strange happened during daylight, but the silence never lifted. Every now and then, I'd get the feeling I was being watched. I'd turn quickly, expecting to see something, a deer maybe, but there'd be nothing, just trunks and shadow. I didn't mention it to the others. No sense in spooking everyone over a feeling. As the sun started to drop, the cold moved in fast. The stream cut a ribbon of silver through the trees, reflecting what light was left. My friends decided to head about 200 yards upstream to check a few spots they'd noticed earlier. They took both of the flashlights without thinking, which at the time didn't bother me. I stayed in camp to keep the fire going and start on dinner. Not long after they left, the quiet pressed in harder. I'd toss another branch into the fire and stand there listening, every muscle in my body tuned to the stillness. Then I started hearing it, faint voices coming from the opposite direction of where my friends had gone. Low, indistinct, drifting in and out like they were carried on a thin wind. I tried to make out words, but there were none, just the shape of voices. My gut went tight. The sound wasn't coming from a stream, it was coming from deeper in the trees where the ground sloped down. I picked up the rifle and slung it to my shoulder, glassing the shadows with the scope. The fire was the only real light, and it didn't carry far. The edges of the trees swallowed everything. That's when I saw movement. About 50 yards out, something was slipping between the trunks. I locked the scope on it. The outline was human-like, but wrong. It was low to the ground, almost crawling, but its arms were too long for the body. It moved with this strange, fluid loping gait that didn't match anything I'd seen before. For a split second, it paused, the faint firelight catching its shape, and I felt this sharp spike of instinct telling me don't lose sight of it. But before I could steady my breath, it shifted and disappeared deeper into the dark. The next few minutes stretched slow. I kept turning, trying to track it, and that's when the rustling started. Not heavy, not fast, just leaves scuffling, the occasional snap of a twig. First to my left, then behind me, then to the right. Always just far enough that I couldn't see it. It was moving around me, circling. My chest felt tight. The firelight suddenly seemed small, like it wasn't enough to hold back the dark beyond the first few trees. I didn't call for my friends. I just stood there with the rifle and kept the fire high, scanning, waiting. Every so often I'd think I caught a glimpse of movement, but I couldn't lock onto anything. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a cougar. The way it moved, there was purpose in it, like it was testing me. It must have been about 10 minutes before my friends came back. I could see their flashlights before I heard them. As soon as they stepped into camp, the noises stopped. The rustling, the faint scuff of leaves, gone like it had never been there. They looked rattled, but we didn't waste time unpacking what we'd all heard. That night, none of us slept. We built the fire high, kept 3 of us awake at all times, eyes scanning the tree line. The cold felt sharper, the shadows heavier. At one point, I thought I saw movement again at the edge of the light, but it stayed just far enough out that I couldn't be sure. The forest stayed silent, like it was holding us in place. By first light, we were already packing. No coffee, no breakfast, just breaking down camp as fast as we could and moving. The air felt different once we put a few miles between us and the springs. Lighter. Birds started calling again, the normal sounds of the forest coming back in pieces. None of us said much on the hike out. I've been back to El Dorado plenty of times since then, but never to that spot. There's something about Sopiago Springs I can't shake. The memory of that shape in the scope, the arms too long, the way it moved, still hits me sometimes when I'm out alone. I've thought about what it could have been, try to reason it out. Some kind of injured animal, a trick of light and distance? Maybe, but I know how the woods feel when a predator is near, and that wasn't it. Whatever it was studying me. We never went back to that campsite. I had worked as a seasonal ranger for the county park department for a few years before I was ever assigned to Indian Mound Reservation. Most people called it IMR. If you grew up in Wisconsin and spent any time in scouting, you probably knew the name. It wasn't like the other campgrounds in the system. There was a certain weight to the place even before you set foot in it. The forest there was thicker, the ground uneven in ways that didn't make sense unless you knew what you were looking at. Some of those small rises and ridges were actually ancient burial mounds, left untouched for centuries. Most were overgrown with grass and small saplings now, blending in until you really stopped and studied the shape. By the time I got assigned there, I had already heard every rumor. People like to talk about strange stuff in the woods, sounds at night, shadows moving where no one should be. I always figured it was just the usual campfire talk. When you've been a ranger long enough, you learn that most so-called hauntings turn out to be raccoons, wind, or someone's imagination working overtime. But the county still had to keep the place staffed for scouts and group reservations, so that fall, I was sent in to cover a week of overnight supervision while a troop was in for a late-season camp. The season was almost over, and it was the kind of crisp fall weather where the air feels sharp in your lungs. Leaves were still clinging to some branches, but the ground was covered in a patchy layer of damp ones, mostly oak and maple, that held a faint smell of earth and rot. The troop had arrived in the afternoon, their leaders busy helping the kids set up tents. I kept to my usual duties, checked the fire rings, made sure the latrine area was stocked with paper, and double-checked that all the marked mounds were roped off with the signs the county posted every year. Cultural site, do not disturb. That first night, nothing seemed unusual. The boys were noisy until about 10, then quieted down. I walked the trails near the campsite once before turning in. My tent was set up a little ways off from the main camp, down a small slope where I could still hear the general noise of the place, but wouldn't be right in the middle of them. I slept fine that night. It was the second night when things started to get strange. I'd gone to bed around 11. The temperature had dropped a little more, and you could hear the wind moving in the upper branches, but at ground level it was still. I must have been asleep for 2 or 3 hours when I woke up without knowing why. It wasn't a dream that startled me awake. I just opened my eyes and knew I was suddenly alert. I lay there in my sleeping bag, staring at the tent roof in the dim light from my small lantern that I sometimes left on low. That's when I heard it. It wasn't twigs snapping or the skittering of a squirrel. This was a definite, deliberate sound. 2 slow steps, the faint drag of something across wet leaves. Another pause, then 2 more steps, again with that soft, sliding sound. It was close enough that I could tell it was just outside my tent. My first thought was one of the scouts had wandered off to relieve himself and gotten turned around. But this was different. Whoever it was wasn't moving toward camp or away from it. The steps were circling me. I lay still, my head the only thing moving as I turned slightly to track the sound. It made a slow loop, then stopped right at the front of my tent. No zipper sound, no attempt to come inside, just a long pause. I could feel the weight of that silence, like whoever it was standing there looking at the door. Then, after maybe 5 seconds, the steps moved again, this time circling in the opposite direction. I remember holding my breath without meaning to. My pulse had kicked up, but I forced myself to think through it. Could be a scout. Could be one of the leaders checking on me. Could be a raccoon dragging something. But the sound was too heavy for that. There was weight in it, the kind that presses down just enough to give that deep, muffled crunch in wet leaves. After the second loop, the sound faded. Just gone. No breaking branches, no footsteps moving off into the woods. It was like whoever or whatever it was had melted back into the night. I stayed awake for a long time after that, listening hard, but nothing else happened. The next day, I checked around my tent. There were plenty of leaves down, but no obvious prints. Not surprising, since the damp layer didn't hold shape well. I mentioned to one of the leaders that I thought I'd heard someone walking around, just to cover my bases, but he said everyone had been in their tents all night. That night, I went to bed earlier, but I kept my light on again. I told myself it was just in case I had to get up quickly, but truthfully, I didn't like the idea of waking up to pitch black after hearing that sound. I lay there longer than usual before sleep took me. It must have been close to midnight when I woke again. Same thing, no noise at first, just sudden awareness. Then I heard it. 2 slow steps. Drag. Pause. 2 more steps. It was exactly like before. I stayed still and kept my breathing steady. This time the steps didn't just circle. They stopped again at my front door and stayed there longer. I could feel that presence again. Now, I've been in the woods long enough to know when it's an animal and when it's a person. An animal might pause out of curiosity, but there's a shiftiness to them, a shuffle, a twitch. This was different. It was still, like someone standing there deciding something. My skin prickled. After another long pause, the steps moved again, but this time they didn't fade. They circled twice more, then stopped at the back of my tent. I realized with a jolt that whoever it was had put themselves between me and the trail back to camp. That was when my instincts told me to get up, even though I had no real plan for what to do next. I unzipped the tent just enough to poke my head out. My lantern light spilled out in a dim circle, catching the mist that had settled low to the ground. I saw nothing. No shapes, no movement. I stepped out, scanning the trees, my flashlight sweeping over the trunks and leaf litter. Nothing. I did a slow circle around my tent, the hairs on my arms standing up, but found no one. The forest was dead quiet except for the faint whisper of wind high above. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes before I finally went back in. Sleep didn't come easily after that. The next morning, I decided to check a bit further out. I walked the area in a widening spiral, looking for any sign of a person passing through. Footprints, bent grass, broken branches. I found one spot about 30 feet from my tent where the leaves looked disturbed in a roughly oval pattern, like someone had been standing there for a while, shifting their weight. Beyond that, nothing. By the third night, I had my plan. I shifted my tent slightly, so I had a better line of sight to the trail, and I sat up later pretending to be asleep but with my flashlight in hand. It took until almost 2 in the morning, but eventually I heard it again, the same dragging steps moving slow around my tent. This time, instead of staying still, I waited until the sound was at the far side and then stepped out fast, swinging my light in that direction. The beam caught movement, a shape ducking low and moving quickly toward the thicker trees. I only saw it for maybe half a second, but it was enough to tell me it was a person, tall, wearing something dark, with what looked like a hood or cap pulled low. They didn't look back. They just moved fast, disappearing into the woods without a sound except for that soft, dragging step. I didn't chase, not in the dark, and not without knowing who I was dealing with. I stayed out there another 15 minutes, sweeping my light over the trees, but saw nothing else. The next day, I hiked further in the direction they'd gone. The ground sloped up toward one of the larger mounds, one that wasn't part of the public trail system. Near the base, I found another patch of disturbed leaves and what might have been a faint path leading away. It didn't look like an animal trail. It was too straight, too narrow, and it went deeper into the no-access zone. I followed it about 100 yards before it faded into thicker undergrowth. That last night, I moved my tent back near the main camp. I figured if someone was creeping around my site, they'd think twice about coming that close to a group of people. Sure enough, I slept through until morning without hearing a thing. When the troop left the next day, I did one final walkthrough of the area. I didn't see anything else, but I couldn't shake the image of that shape slipping away into the trees. Whoever it was, they knew the land well enough to move quietly and avoid leaving much trace. They also knew exactly where I was and how to circle me without being caught. I never found out who it was or why they were there. All I know is that Aymar has plenty of ground you can't see from the trails, and once the sun goes down, there's more than enough cover for someone to move without being seen. I've camped in a lot of places since then, but I've never forgotten the sound of those slow steps and the soft drag of feet through wet leaves. And I've never camped that far from other people at Aymar again. I've worked as a park ranger for a while now, and I've gotten used to the sounds, the quiet, and the occasional strange thing in the woods. Most of the time, the odd things I see or hear can be explained if you think hard enough about them. But there's one night that's stuck in my mind ever since it happened. I remember the air, the smell of the pine needles, the crunch of the gravel path under my boots. I remember my flashlight beam cutting into the dark and the sound of my own breath when I stopped walking. It was late summer, the kind of season where the days are still hot, but the nights cooled down enough to make you pull your jacket tight. I had taken a few days off work and was camping with a couple of old friends in a section of the park I know well. We picked a site near the edge of the main loop, one that had a little more space between us and the other campers. About 30 yards through the trees, you could see where the loop road bent, and there was a gravel trail leading down to an unused site. That site had been closed off earlier in the season after a bad storm knocked down a big cedar tree, leaving splintered trunks and sharp stumps. It wasn't dangerous anymore, but it wasn't open for booking. We set up camp in the late afternoon. I remember the smell of the dirt and dust mixing with the scent of lighter fluid when we got the fire going. My buddy Matt had brought a cooler full of food and beer, and we spent the first couple of hours cooking and talking. We didn't get drunk, but we had enough to take the edge off and loosen up. The night came fast. By about 9:30, it was pitch black except for our fire. Out here, when the moon's not out, you can't see much without a flashlight. The shadows from the flames shifted on the tree trunks, making them seem closer and farther away every few seconds. It was peaceful in that way only deep woods can be, quiet enough that every sound feels bigger, sharper. You hear the pop of the fire, the wind brushing through branches, the occasional rustle of something small moving in the underbrush. Around 10 p.m., I felt my stomach twist. Nothing serious, just the kind of stomach reminder you don't ignore when you're camping. The restrooms were about a quarter mile down the main trail, past a couple of other sites. I told the guys I was going and grabbed my flashlight. The beam hit the gravel and lit up a narrow path through the dark. My breath puffed out in small clouds, even though it wasn't that cold. Just one of those things that happens when you've been sitting by a fire for a while and step into cooler air. I was maybe a minute into the walk when I noticed movement ahead of me. A figure stepped out from the narrow trail leading to that closed-off campsite about 50 yards from ours. The path was blocked by a rope strung between two posts, but you could walk around it without much trouble. I recognized the walk right away. It was Matt. He has this very noticeable gait, kind of like his left foot drags just slightly with each step, so it's almost like a half limp. He was about 40 feet ahead of me, walking in the same direction I was going. I figured maybe he'd gone to check something out or use the restroom too. The crunch of his boots on the gravel was steady, in sync with mine, and the beam from my flashlight caught the edge of his jacket every so often when the trail bit. The thing that felt strange, even then, was where he'd come from. There was no reason for him to be over at that closed site, especially in the dark. It's not like there's anything there, just a fallen tree, some stumps, and empty fire pits. But I didn't think too hard about it at the moment. I called out to him, just to say I was heading the same way. He kept walking, not turning around at first, then finally glanced over his shoulder and kept moving. The space between us stayed the same, always that 40 feet or so. I noticed he was picking up his pace just slightly, enough that I had to walk faster to keep him in view. The path curved and the trees got thicker, blocking my line of sight for a few seconds. When I came out of the curve, he was gone. No sound of footsteps ahead of me, no figure in my flashlight beam. I stopped walking, listening, but the only thing I heard was the wind. I figured maybe he'd ducked into the trees for a moment or already reached the restroom and gone inside. When I got there, the building was quiet. The fluorescent lights inside buzzed faintly, and the air smelled of cleaning chemicals. No sign of anyone else. I used the stall, took my time, and walked back to camp. When I got back, Matt was there, sitting by the fire with the others. I asked him why he'd come from the closed site, but everyone just looked at me confused. They said he hadn't left camp at all since I'd gone. I thought maybe they were messing with me, trying to make me second-guess myself. It didn't seem like a big deal, so I let it go. We stayed up a little longer before calling it night. The fire burned down to embers, and the cold crept in. I crawled into my sleeping bag, listening to the distant sound of the creek. Sometime around 3 a.m., I woke up needing to pee. I wasn't about to walk all the way to the restrooms again, so I grabbed my flashlight and stepped off into trees, just far enough to be out of sight of the tents. The air was colder now, and the silence was heavier. My breath came out in bigger clouds, and the leaves underfoot were brittle. On the way back, I heard the sound of a zipper, sharp and clear in the stillness. I turned my flashlight toward the tents and saw movement. The zipper sound stopped, and I saw the shape of someone crouching near the opening of Matt's tent. The tent flap closed, the zipper running up again. Then I saw him stand up. He stepped away from the tent, moving just like Matt. He walked a few paces, pulled something from his pocket, and flicked a lighter. The flint struck a few times before the flame caught, and in that brief light, I saw his face, Matt's face, clear as day. He lit a cigarette, took a slow drag, and started walking toward the cars parked a little way from our site. I followed, keeping my flashlight low so I wouldn't blind him. He was only about 30 feet ahead of me. The beam caught the back of his jacket, his boots, the curl of smoke drifting from his cigarette. When I reached the cars, he was gone. I walked around one, thinking he was hiding, but there was no one there. The gravel was undisturbed, no sound of footsteps moving away. I went back to the tents, my stomach tightening. Matt's tent was zipped shut, and from inside came the faint sound of him snoring. I didn't sleep much after that. I lay there, staring at the nylon roof of my tent, trying to figure out what I'd seen. In the morning, I checked the area around the cars and the path to the closed site. No cigarette butts, no extra footprints, nothing out of place. Matt swore he hadn't left his tent at any point during the night. The others backed him up. The thing is, I know what I saw. I know the way Matt walks, the way he moves his shoulders, the little pause in his step when he shifts his weight. I saw it twice in one night. First coming from a part of the park that should have been empty, and later walking toward the cars. I've replayed it in my head more times than I can count. There's no neat explanation, no easy way to wrap it up. But I know the park well enough to know this. Sometimes people come into places they're not supposed to be. Sometimes they watch from the dark. And sometimes, if they're careful enough, They can be close enough to fool you into thinking there's someone you know. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't my imagination. It was someone else, moving in the shadows, copying the way my friend walked, knowing exactly how far to stay ahead so I wouldn't catch them. And that night, whoever they were right there with us. I've been working as a park ranger for more than a decade now, and I still spend most of my free time camping alone in national parks and forests. A lot of people think that's strange that after spending all week patrolling trails, cleaning up campsites, and breaking up the occasional drunk campsite party, I want to spend my days off doing more of the same. But solo camping is different. Out there on my own, I don't have to deal with tourists or regulations or coworkers. I can pick a spot far away from anyone else, let my dogs run free, and just be. It's also free. That's a big part of it. Most of the places I go are dispersed camping areas. No fee, no check-in, just you and the land. The kind of places where you can go days without seeing another person if you choose the right spot. It's perfect for me and the dogs, and over the years, I've built up a mental map of the most remote, beautiful sites across Washington, Oregon, and Northern California. But I've also learned something else. Those same places, the ones farthest from civilization, are where the strange things happen. It's never been one big incident. No single, this is the night that changed me forever kind of thing. It's a collection of smaller moments, things that by themselves could be brushed off, explained away, forgotten. But when you live in those moments over and over, year after year, you start to realize how thin the line is between comfort and fear out there. It starts the same way most trips do. I park the truck somewhere just off a Forest Service road, far enough from the main highway that the only sounds are wind in the trees and maybe the occasional crack of a branch. I unload my gear, set up the tent, and let the dogs sniff around. Usually the first sign that something's off comes from the dogs. They're not easily spooked. They've seen elk up close, stared down coyotes, and even chased a black bear off once, while I nearly had a heart attack yelling for them to come back. But there are times when they'll stop whatever they're doing, stand stiff with their ears straight up, and start growling. Not barking, growling. A low, rumbling sound that builds in their throats. Sometimes they're facing a certain patch of trees. Sometimes it's just into the darkness beyond the edge of camp. And no matter how long I look, I never see what they're seeing. It happened on one trip up in the Willamette National Forest. I had set up camp in a flat spot beside a creek, miles from the nearest trail. Around dusk, the dogs froze, their eyes locked on a dense section of underbrush across the creek. The light was fading, so the shadows were long, and every bit of movement looked like something alive. They growled for a solid 2 minutes, hackles raised. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it into the brush, but there was nothing, at least nothing I could see. Then, just as suddenly as it started, they stopped. Tail wagging, tongues out, acting normal again. That kind of thing puts a knot in your stomach. You try to tell yourself it was a deer or a raccoon, or even just the wind shifting the scent of something wild toward camp. But the truth is, when the only light is your campfire and the only sound is the creek and your own breathing, you can't help but imagine what's really out there, watching. The other thing that sticks with me is the carcasses. I've found them in places that don't make sense, places that make the hair on my neck stand up. One time in the Olympic National Forest, I was hiking back from a ridge I'd been exploring when I came across a skinned deer. Just the hide, laid out flat across a log, meat stripped clean. No knife marks, no signs of human tools. It was too precise for scavengers, too clean for predators. And there was nothing else, no bones, no blood trail, no tracks leading in or out. Another time, near Shasta Trinity National Forest, I was scouting for a camp spot when I found the remains of what I think was a fox. It was skinned the same way, the pelt stretched over a rock, but this time the head was still attached, the eyes gone. I know hunters sometimes do field dressing, but the locations didn't fit. These were near roads or trails. Whoever, or whatever, left them had gone out of their way to be deep in the forest. Then there are the voices. It sounds ridiculous even as I write it, but I've heard voices in the woods more than once. Not close, not loud, but just far enough away that you can't tell what's being said. It always happens at night, and it never lasts long, maybe 30 seconds, maybe a minute. The first time was in the MT Hood National Forest. I was lying in my tent, half asleep, when I heard two distinct voices. One higher, maybe a woman, and one lower. They were coming from somewhere up the slope behind my tent. I couldn't make out words, just the cadence of conversation. Then it stopped. I got up, unzipped the tent, and listened. Nothing. I figured maybe other campers had set up nearby without me noticing. But the next morning, I hiked that slope, and there was nothing. No tents, no fire pits, no trash, no footprints. After enough of these trips, the feeling starts to build. You don't notice it right away. It's gradual. You start sleeping lighter. You keep your flashlight within arm's reach. You wake up at the smallest sound. A twig snapping, the rustle of leaves, the drip of water from the branches above. You tell yourself it's all normal. It is normal in a way. But when you're alone and you've had enough of these small moments, it all adds up to one thing. You realize you're not the only one out there. The Pacific Northwest and Northern California have some of the thickest, quietest forests I've ever been in. The kind where sound doesn't travel far, where you can't see more than 30 feet in front of you once you're off the trail. It's beautiful, but it's also a kind of beauty that hides things. You can spend a week out there and feel like you're the only person for miles, but you don't really know. The last trip I took before I swore off solo camping for a while was in Six Rivers National Forest, up in Northern California. I'd picked a spot near a small clearing off a narrow dirt road. The dogs were restless that evening. They kept pacing the edge of the clearing, ears up, tails stiff. I didn't think much of it. I'd been through this before. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of them growling. I sat up, unzipped the tent just enough to peek out, and scanned the clearing with my flashlight. That's when I saw the eyes, low to the ground, reflecting back at me from the tree line. At first I thought it was a coyote, but then the eyes moved, slowly, deliberately, higher than before. Too high for a coyote, too smooth for a deer. I kept the light on them for maybe 10 seconds, my heart pounding, and then they disappeared. Not turned away, gone, like they dropped out of sight. The rest of the night, I barely slept. Every sound felt closer than it should have been. By dawn, I made up my mind. I packed camp in record time and drove out without even making coffee. I've been back to those forests since, but not alone. I still love the quiet, the isolation, the way the trees seem to swallow the world. But I also know what I felt out there. I know the weight of the nights when the dogs growl into the dark, when the carcasses show up where they shouldn't, when the voices float just out of reach. I know that some things in the woods have nothing to do with ghosts or folklore. They're real, they're human, and they're out there, closer than you think. And when you're alone, you're never really alone. I've been a park ranger for just over 9 years now, most of that time spent in the Northern Cascades region. I've dealt with everything from lost hikers and wildlife encounters to weather emergencies and illegal hunting. But there's one particular stretch of time I can't seem to get out of my head, even years later. It happened in late September, right before the snow season began closing off some of the higher elevation trails. I've been assigned to monitor a remote section of the park for the week, a place so far from the main ranger station that you could go days without seeing another person, especially that time of year. The area was called North Fork Ridge. It wasn't officially closed to visitors, but the access roads were rough, the trails weren't maintained like the popular ones, and cell service was non-existent. The kind of place you only went to if you were either an experienced backpacker looking for solitude or you didn't want to be found. The first day out there, I drove my park-issued pickup along the old service road until it became too overgrown to pass. From there, I hiked the rest of the way to the Fire Lookout, a small, single-room cabin on top of a ridge that gave me a 360-degree view of the forest. That was my base for the week. My job was to keep an eye out for any signs of wildfires, poaching activity, or people camping illegally. I had a radio to check in twice a day, morning and evening. No one expected much else to happen. The first 2 days were uneventful. I hiked along the ridgeline, checked the valley below with my binoculars, and did my daily sweeps down the lower trail. The air was already starting to carry that late fall bite, the kind that makes shadows stretch longer than they should in the afternoons. I saw plenty of deer, a black bear in the distance, and the usual signs of small animals getting ready for winter. Everything felt normal. It wasn't until the third afternoon that I started to notice something odd. I've been hiking a side trail down toward a small creek when I spotted boot prints in the mud near the bank. That wasn't strange on its own. Hikers sometimes wandered off trail. But these weren't the kind of prints you'd expect from a backpacker or hunter. The tread was nearly smooth, like work boots that had been worn down for years, and the stride was uneven, as if the person had been limping. I followed them for a while, but they didn't lead toward any known campsite or trail. They wandered through the brush in a crooked line, doubled back twice, and eventually disappeared into a patch of dense pine. There was no tent, no fire ring, no sign of where the person might have gone. I made a note in my log and headed back before the light faded. That night from the lookout, I thought I saw a flicker of light way down in the valley. Not the steady glow of a campfire, but a quick flash like a reflection. I trained my binoculars on the area, but by the time I found the spot again, it was gone. The next morning, I hiked straight to where I'd seen the flash. It was about 3 miles downhill through thick undergrowth and uneven terrain. I didn't see any obvious campsite, but I did find something unsettling, an old, weathered backpack leaning against a tree. The fabric was sun-faded and the zippers were corroded with rust. Inside, there were a few crumpled food wrappers, an empty water bottle, and a small notebook so damaged by moisture that most of the pages were stuck together. The few I could peel apart were blank. There was no ID, no recent food, nothing that would indicate the pack had been used in years. But the way it was propped against the tree, upright, didn't look like it had been abandoned and forgotten. It looked like someone had placed it there recently. I kept going for another half-mile and found the creek again, this time wider and shallower. On the opposite bank, partially obscured by willows, there was a crude lean-to made of branches and a torn blue tarp. I waded across to check it out. The shelter was barely big enough for one person to crawl into. Inside, there was a pile of pine needles for bedding, a dented metal cup, and a small cooking pot blackened with soot. Everything smelled faintly of smoke, though there was no fresh ash in sight. I radioed in a report about the possible illegal camp, but given how far out I was, my supervisor told me to just document it, take photos, and dismantle it. So I did. I scattered the pine bedding, pulled the tarp down, and packed up the cup and pot to carry back. I figured if someone was staying there, this would at least encourage them to move along. That night was when things started to get strange. Around midnight, I woke up to a sound that didn't belong. It wasn't an animal. I know the difference between a deer walking through brush and something heavier. This was the crunch of deliberate footsteps on gravel, slow and spaced apart, like someone trying not to be heard. I got out of bed, pulled on my jacket, and stepped onto the deck of the lookout. The moon was bright enough to see the outline of the ridge and some of the upper trail. For a few seconds, I saw nothing. Then, just at the edge of the tree line, a figure moved. It was too far to make out details, just a dark shape against the pale ground. They weren't carrying a flashlight, which made no sense. The forest floor is full of roots and rocks. I called out, but they didn't respond. Instead, they stepped backward into the trees and were gone. I stood there scanning for several minutes, but I didn't hear them again. The next day, I went straight to that part of the trail. Sure enough, there were fresh footprints in the dirt. The same worn, nearly smooth boot tread I'd seen at the creek. They led away from the ridge and down into another part of the forest that wasn't on any official trail map. I followed for as long as I could, but they eventually faded in a patch of dry pine needles. For the next 2 days, I kept spotting signs. A broken branch that was clearly recent, an empty tin can half buried near a stump, a cigarette but that hadn't been there the day before. Whoever this was, they were moving around a lot, never staying in one place. By the 6th day, I was exhausted from constantly scanning the woods and doubling my patrol routes. I still hadn't seen the person up close, but the feeling of being watched was constant. Even in daylight, I'd catch myself turning around, sure I'd hear something behind me, only to see nothing. That evening, as the sun dipped low and the shadows lengthened, I decided to do one last sweep before heading back to the main station the next day. I took the lower trail, moving slowly, checking every clearing. About a mile from the lookout, I found something that stopped me cold. A dead rabbit, freshly killed, lying in the middle of the trail. Its neck was broken cleanly, no bite marks, no sign of a predator eating it. Just placed there. It wasn't the kind of thing you stumble across by accident. It felt intentional, like a message. I photographed it, pushed it off the trail, and moved on. I didn't want to admit how much my hands were shaking. When I got back to the lookout, it was just past dusk. I was about to step inside when I noticed something else. A scrap of blue plastic snagged on a bush near the door. The same color as the tarp I dismantled earlier in the week. It hadn't been there that morning. That night, I barely slept. Every sound outside felt amplified. Around 2 a.m., I heard the footsteps again, this time circling the base of the lookout. Slow, deliberate, sometimes stopping for long stretches before moving again. I stayed inside, clutching my radio, waiting for the sound to fade. It took nearly an hour before I couldn't hear it anymore. At first light, I packed up my gear and started the hike back to my truck. The forest felt too quiet, the way it does after a fresh snowfall, except there was no snow yet. About halfway down, I found one last thing, a tree trunk with a single word carved into it, leave. The cuts in the bark were sharp and fresh, sap still seeping from the grooves. I didn't stop to take a picture. When I reached the truck, there was mud smeared across the driver's side door in the shape of a handprint. The fingers were long, the palm wide, the print angled like someone had been leaning on the door, waiting. I drove the entire way back to the main station without stopping once. I filed my report, turned in the photos, and told my supervisor everything that happened. They sent a small team out a couple days later to check the area. According to them, they didn't find anything unusual. No footprints, no campsites, nothing. That part of the park was officially marked as low priority for patrols after that. I've been back to a lot of remote areas since, but I've never volunteered for North Fork Ridge again. And even now, I sometimes wake up at night convinced I can hear slow footsteps outside my window, pausing just long enough to let me know they're still there. I've been a park ranger for nearly 12 years now. Most of my time has been spent in remote stations, places that don't see many visitors, where you can go days without seeing another human being. When people imagine the job, they think of quiet trails, clean air, and maybe the occasional rescue mission. That's part of it. But what most people don't realize is that being alone out there, far from help, comes with its own set of risks. Ones that don't involve ghosts, monsters, or anything supernatural. The truth is, the most dangerous things I've encountered have been human or natural, and sometimes the combination of both. This story happened about 6 years ago, in late September, just before the first snows began dusting the high ridges. I've been assigned to patrol a section of the park that was nearly 50 miles from the nearest town. It was a wide area, with rough logging roads, endless tree cover, and miles of hiking trails that looped into each other like a tangled mess of string. The tourists were mostly gone for the season. The only people we'd get at that time of year were hardcore campers, hunters, or the occasional lost driver who took a wrong turn and ended up miles from where they intended to be. I was stationed in an old ranger cabin that was built decades ago. It was just a single room with a bunk, a wood stove, a desk, and shelves lined with dusty logbooks from rangers who'd worked the area before me. There was no electricity, just a propane lantern for light. And the only way to communicate with the outside world was a two-way radio hooked to a long antenna bolted to the roof. I checked in twice a day, once in the morning, once at night, just so the main station knew I was still breathing. On the second day of that shift, I woke to a pale gray light seeping in through the small window. It had rained all night, a steady, cold drizzle that left everything damp and smelling of pine. My job for the day was straightforward. Hike a 10-mile loop trail to check for any downed trees or washouts from the rain. I packed my gear, maps, compass, extra layers, first aid kit, a thermos of coffee, and set off. The trail was quiet. The only sounds were the dripping of water from the branches and the crunch of my boots on the wet ground. As I moved deeper into the forest, I noticed the fresh tracks of elk in the mud. I stopped a few times to listen, half hoping to hear the heavy steps of one moving through the brush, but the forest was still. About halfway through the loop, I came to a small wooden footbridge over a creek. That's when I saw something odd. Lying in the mud beside the bridge was a single boot. Muddy, worn, and clearly not brand new, but it hadn't been there long. I bent down to look at it. Size 10 or 11, the laces still tied. I looked around but didn't see any footprints leading away from it, just a few scuffs in the mud. Finding lost items in the park isn't unusual. Hats, gloves, even a dropped backpack now and then, but a single boot with no sign of its owner bothered me. I picked it up and set it on the bridge railing, figuring maybe someone would come back for it. I kept moving, but for the rest of the hike, I had this nagging feeling in the back of my mind. It wasn't just the boot, it was the quiet. The forest at that time of year is usually calm, yes, but there are always faint noises, birds, squirrels, wind moving through the leaves. That day, it felt like the woods were holding their breath. By the time I got back to the cabin, the sky was already dimming. I made my evening check-in over the radio and cooked a simple meal on the camp stove. Rice and beans, nothing fancy. As I ate, I kept thinking about the boot. There were no reported missing hikers in the area, and hunting season wasn't for another 2 weeks. So who had been out there, and why had they left in such a hurry that they lost a boot? That night, the rain returned. The roof drummed with it, and the wind rattled the loose metal chimney. I slept lightly, waking up at every creak of the cabin. The next morning, I decided to do a different patrol route, one that followed an old logging road out toward the park boundary. It was a rough path, more of a rutted track than a road, but it offered a good view of the surrounding hills. About 3 miles in, I found fresh tire tracks, deep, wide treads that looked like they came from an off-road truck. Now, vehicles aren't allowed that deep into the park unless they're authorized. There are gates, but in remote areas, people sometimes find ways around them. I followed the tracks for another mile until they abruptly left the road, cutting across the wet ground into the trees. That was strange. There was no trail there, just dense underbrush. I left my pack by the road and pushed into the trees, following the deep ruts where the truck had forced its way through. About 200 yards in, the forest opened up into a small clearing, and that's where I found it. A blue pickup, mud-splattered, parked at an odd angle with the driver's side door hanging open. The engine was off, but the keys were still dangling in the ignition. I stood there for a long moment, taking it in. There were empty beer cans in the cab, a stained blanket tossed across the seat, and a half-empty box of ammunition on the floor. The truck bed was empty except for a shovel and a 5-gallon gas can. I called out, just a loud, firm hello, into the trees. No answer. The ground around the truck was a churned mess of footprints, some booted, some just in socks. I noticed one pair of tracks leading away from the truck deeper into the woods. I followed them slowly, marking my path so I wouldn't get turned around. The prints wound between the trees for maybe 100 yards before I saw something else. Another boot, this one partially buried in the mud, the same size and style as the one I'd found yesterday. I felt a tightening in my chest. I kept going, but after another 50 yards, the tracks stopped abruptly. There was no sign of struggle, no drag marks, just nothing. I stood there for a while listening. That same heavy stillness was back, the kind that makes your ears strain for any sound at all. I thought I heard a faint rustle off to my right, but when I turned, there was only wet brush and shadow. I decided not to push deeper. It was too easy to get turned around in that kind of terrain, and I wasn't eager to become the next person someone would have to search for. I marked the location on my map and headed back to the truck. When I reported it later that evening, the main station told me they'd send a couple of deputies in the morning. I didn't sleep much that night. The next day, I guided the deputies to the site. They searched the truck, took photos, and followed the trail I'd marked. They didn't find anyone. No sign of where the footprints went. A tow truck came that afternoon to haul the pickup out. The deputies wouldn't say much, but I overheard one mention that the truck had been reported stolen 2 weeks earlier from a town about 60 miles away. They told me to keep an eye out for anything unusual. Over the next week, I kept finding little things. A torn flannel shirt snagged high in a branch, like someone had pushed through in a hurry. A campsite in the middle of nowhere, Just a smoldering fire ring, a couple of crushed food wrappers, and a sleeping bag that looked like it had been slashed open. No footprints this time. By the fifth day, I started carrying my sidearm, even on short patrols. I'd always carried it before, but now I kept my hand closer to it, my thumb brushing the holster as I moved. The last time I saw anything connected to that whole mess was 2 days before my shift ended. I was checking a narrow trail along the creek when I saw movement ahead, just a flicker of something pale through the trees. I froze. It was a man, thin, dirty, wearing only one boot. His clothes were soaked, his hair matted to his head. He was maybe 50 yards away, standing half hidden behind a cedar tree, watching me. I took one step toward him, and he bolted. I chased him for maybe a minute before realizing I'd never catch him in that terrain. The ground was slick, and he moved like someone who knew every dip and rise of the land. I lost sight of him, and after a long pause, made my way back to the trail. When I reported it, they sent another search team. They found nothing. By the time I left the station for my next rotation, the truck, the campsite, the boots, all of it was just paperwork in a file somewhere. Nobody ever told me if they caught him, or even if they knew who he was. But I'll tell you this, the rest of that season, whenever I was out there alone, I kept looking over my shoulder. Not for ghosts, not for monsters, just for a man barefoot in the cold, watching from the trees. I've been working as a seasonal park ranger for almost 7 years when I got my assignment for that summer. I was to be stationed at a remote fire lookout post deep in the northern range of a national forest. It wasn't the most glamorous position, no tourists, no gift shop, no nice lodge with a warm bed at the end of the day. Just a wooden tower on a ridge, a long dirt road in, and miles of backcountry on all sides. The kind of place where, after a few days, you stop hearing the hum of cars in the distance and start hearing your own heartbeat. The tower sat at the end of a narrow service road that climbed for miles through thick pine and fir. From the base, I had to climb 4 flights of steel-grated steps to reach the small room at the top. That room had everything I'd need for weeks. A cot, a desk, a radio, a propane stove, a cabinet with canned food, and the Osborne Firefinder in the center, a rotating sighting device for spotting smoke in the endless waves of green. My job was to sit up there during daylight hours, scan for signs of fire, record weather readings, and report back to headquarters. On paper, it was simple, but anyone who's done it knows that the work isn't just about the fires. It's about what the forest keeps to itself until you're alone with it. The first week went as expected. Each morning, I'd log temperatures, humidity, and wind speed. I'd do a slow scan of the horizon, stopping at any distant column of haze to decide if it was a cloud, dust, or smoke. Sometimes I'd spot hikers moving along distant trails through binoculars, their movements small and unimportant against the vastness of the land. The days were long but steady, and the nights were the kind of quiet that made you feel like you were the last person alive. By the second week, the patterns of the forest started to sink in. The chipmunks made their runs between the rocks at the base of the tower every morning. The same pair of hawks circled the same patch of meadow at midday. In the distance, I could hear the river in the canyon, always faint but there. You get used to those little consistencies. They make you feel grounded, and when they change, you notice. One morning, I was drinking my coffee and looking out toward the western slope when I realized something was off. The hawks weren't circling. In fact, the entire slope looked still. Normally, you could see some kind of movement, a deer grazing, a flicker of wings, a flash of something in the undergrowth. That morning, it was dead calm. No movement, no sound except the wind. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a predator had moved in and the smaller animals were laying low. But I wrote it down in my log anyway, just as I did for anything unusual. When you spend long stretches alone in the backcountry, you learn that small changes often lead to bigger ones. That night, just before dusk, I decided to stretch my legs and walk down the service road. I kept it short, about a half-mile down and back. The trees pressed close to the road in most places, but there were a few spots where it opened enough to see the mountains layered in the distance. On my way back up, I noticed something I hadn't before. On the edge of the road, Maybe 20 yards in from the treeline was a section of ground where the pine needles and leaves looked disturbed. Not just a deer bed or a place where a branch had fallen. This was cleared in a rough oval, maybe 6 feet across, down to bare soil in places. I squatted to look closer. The soil wasn't just scraped. It looked like something heavy had been dragged across it repeatedly. I didn't see any boot prints or paw prints, just long, uneven streaks. I stood there for a minute, listening. The forest was quiet again, too quiet. I didn't linger. Back in the tower, I kept thinking about that spot. I'd seen bear activity before. I'd seen places where elk had rolled in the dirt. But this was different. It looked purposeful. The dragging marks went off into the trees in 2 directions, like whatever made them came and went more than once. I thought about radioing it in, but it wasn't an emergency. I decided I'd check again in the morning. The next day, I went back down with a ranger's field pack, flagging tape, gloves, notepad, and a small camera. The disturbed ground looked the same as before, but the marks going into the trees were fresher. I followed the clearest set, which wound through the undergrowth in a jagged path. After about 50 yards, I came across something that made me stop cold. On the ground, partially covered with leaves and branches, was a torn piece of fabric, dark blue, like from a jacket or heavy shirt. It was dirty and frayed along one edge, as if it had been ripped with force. I picked it up with a stick and saw it had a smear of something dark on it. Could have been mud, but it looked too reddish-brown. Blood, maybe, but I couldn't be sure. My first thought was that someone had gotten hurt out here, maybe lost, and was trying to make their way out. My second thought was worse. Maybe they didn't make it. I followed the marks further, but the terrain grew steeper and harder to navigate. The streaks in the soil were joined by places where small plants had been broken off at their base. The stems crushed and bent toward the direction of travel. This wasn't random animal movement. Something heavy had been dragged, and it had happened recently. I marked the location with flagging tape, took photos, and made my way back to the tower to call in. Headquarters sent 2 rangers the next day. We hiked out together, and I showed them the area. They took more photos, collected the fabric, and followed the drag marks further than I had. When they came back, they didn't have much to say except that they'd continue looking. One of them told me to keep an eye out for any hikers and report if I saw anyone moving through the area. I asked if they thought it was a lost person. He just said they didn't know yet. That was the last I heard from them about it. For the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It sounds paranoid, but out there, you can tell when something changes in the way the forest feels. The air felt heavier, and even on clear days, the lights seemed different, more filtered, like the trees were leaning in closer. I found myself scanning the edges of the forest more than the horizon. Once I caught sight of a figure moving between the trees far down the slope, but when I raised the binoculars, they were gone. I told myself it was a trick of the light, maybe an elk moving through. But I knew better. Elk don't stop moving when you look at them. One evening, about a week after the rangers had come, I woke up in the middle of the night to a sound below the tower. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal scurrying in the brush. It was slow, deliberate footsteps on the gravel at the base of the stairs. I froze, listening. They moved around the base once, then stopped. I waited for what felt like hours, but I didn't hear them leave. When I finally worked up the nerve to look, I saw nothing, no flashlight, no movement, no one on the road. Just the dark shapes of the trees. The next morning, I found fresh marks in the dirt near the base of the tower. They were faint, like something had been dragged again, but this time there were also partial impressions of boots. The treads were worn, almost smooth, and the steps were wide apart. Whoever it was had a long stride. I radioed it in, but again, there wasn't much they could do without more evidence. I was told to stay aware. That was it. Over the next several days, I noticed small things going missing from the storage area under the tower. Nothing critical, but odd things: a spare canteen, a coil of rope, a hatchet. Each time, the lock on the storage hatch was still in place, no signs of forced entry. I started keeping my own supplies inside the top room with me. On the 12th night, I woke again to footsteps. This time, they came halfway up the metal stairs before stopping. The weight on the steps made them groan, and the sound of each footfall was deliberate and slow. I sat there in the dark, my hand on the handle of the heavy Maglite, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. After a long pause, the steps retreated one by one back to the ground. Then silence. The next day, I found something wedged between two steps near the bottom. A small, smooth stone with a strip of the same dark blue fabric tied around it. I can't explain why, but seeing it there made my skin crawl more than anything else that had happened. It wasn't random. It was a message, though I didn't know what it meant. I called in again, and this time they sent a team. They stayed in the area for 3 days, patrolling the roads and trails. They didn't find anyone. On the fourth morning, I woke up to find a single boot print in the dirt about 20 feet from the tower, pointing toward the forest. It was fresh. The team had left the day before. That was my last week on that post. When the rotation ended, I packed up my gear and hiked down to the waiting truck. I never got an answer about what had been going on. No missing person report, no follow-up. Just silence. But in my gut, I knew that whoever had been out there wasn't just passing through. They knew I was alone. They'd been watching for days, maybe longer, and they wanted me to know it. Even now, years later, I can still hear those slow footsteps on the stairs when I wake up in the middle of the night. I have worked as a park ranger for over a decade, and most of the time my job is peaceful, predictable, and quiet. I deal with lost hikers, check trail conditions, keep an eye on wildlife, and sometimes assist in search and rescue operations. But every once in a while, something happens that reminds me how fast a calm situation can turn into something dangerous and unpredictable. One particular incident, years ago, is still burned into my memory. It started like any other routine day, but it ended with me knowing exactly how fragile a person's life can be out here. It was early autumn, and the weather in the park was shifting. The mornings were crisp and cold, but the afternoons were still warm enough to bring out plenty of hikers. The leaves had just begun to change, so there were more visitors than usual. I was assigned to a remote section of the park that week, a part with fewer marked trails and more rugged terrain. Most people who came out to that side were either experienced hikers or campers who wanted to avoid the busier areas. The shift started around 6 a.m. I drove my service truck down a gravel road that wound deeper into the park, checking gates, trailhead signs, and parking areas. I remember how still the air felt that morning, with a low mist hanging over the valley. The forest seemed half asleep, the kind of quiet where you can hear your own breathing. My job that day was to inspect a series of dispersed campsites along an old logging road that hadn't been maintained in years. It wasn't open to vehicles anymore, so I had to hike in. The trail followed the old road for a while, then split off into rough footpaths used mostly by hunters and the occasional backpacker. I parked at the last accessible pull-off and strapped on my pack. I had my usual gear: radio, GPS, first aid kit, extra water, and a small set of tools for clearing fallen branches from the trail. The plan was simple: hike the loop, check on the condition of the campsites, and head back before mid-afternoon. I set off at a steady pace, enjoying the crunch of leaves under my boots and the distant sound of creeks somewhere below the ridge. About an hour into the hike, I reached the first campsite. It was empty, just a flat clearing near a bend in the old road, with a rusted fire ring and a few logs set up as benches. I noted in my log that it was in good condition and moved on. The second site, about another 40 minutes down the trail, had signs of recent use, still damp ashes in the fire pit and some food wrappers scattered around. I cleaned up the trash, made a note to check for wildlife attractants, and kept going. By late morning, the mist had burned off and the sun was warming up the trail. I took a short break at a small overlook where you could see down into a deep ravine. The trees here grew thick, their roots gripping the slope like claws. Somewhere far below, water glistened in the sunlight. It was the kind of view that made you stop for a moment, even after seeing it dozens of times. The third campsite was the most remote of the bunch, tucked away in a small hollow about a quarter-mile off the main trail. Getting there meant following a faint side path that crossed over a series of narrow wooden footbridges. I reached it around noon and was surprised to find a single tent still standing. That was unusual. The permit system required campers to check out or move on by late morning, and this site was supposed to be empty. There was no one in sight, but the tent flap was open and some gear was scattered on the ground. At first, I thought maybe someone had just gone for a quick walk or was gathering water. I called out a couple of times, just a standard check, but there was no response. The tent was an older, weathered model, the kind you might find at a yard sale, faded nylon, patch seams. Inside were a sleeping bag, a small camp stove, a couple of cans of food, and a backpack. The pack looked full, but oddly, it was unzipped with some items spilling out, clothes, a water bottle, a flashlight. I stepped back and scanned the area. The campsite was surrounded on 3 sides by dense forest, the kind where undergrowth makes it difficult to see more than a few yards ahead. I didn't see any footprints other than my own and some older, weathered ones near the fire pit. The strange thing was how still it was. Even in a remote spot like this, you usually hear birds, insects, or the rustle of squirrels. But at that moment, it felt unnervingly silent. Following protocol, I radioed in to let the station know I'd found unattended gear. The dispatcher told me to secure the site and wait for a second ranger to join me so we could search the area together. That made sense. Sometimes people get injured nearby and can't make it back to camp, so it's safer to have backup when looking. While I waited, I walked a slow circle around the site, scanning the ground for tracks. The soil was damp in places, and I noticed a fresh set of prints leading away from the tent toward the creek. There were boot prints, average size, and spaced in a way that suggested the person was walking quickly. I followed them for about 50 yards until they reached the edge of a steep drop-off where the creek cut through the terrain. The ground there was muddy, churned up, and slippery. I saw where the prints ended, replaced by long drag marks down toward the water. My stomach tightened. Drag marks usually mean someone slipped, or worse. I leaned over carefully, using a tree trunk for balance, and saw the creek about 20 feet below. It wasn't deep, but the water was fast-moving, foaming around boulders. I scanned downstream, but there was no sign of anyone. I didn't climb down right away. The slope was steep, and without a rope it would be dangerous. Instead, I marked the spot with flagging tape and headed back to wait for my backup. It took about 40 minutes before I saw another ranger, Carla, hiking up the trail toward me. We exchanged quick updates, and together we went back to the flag spot. This time, we descended carefully, grabbing roots and rocks for support. At the bottom, the mud was slick and smelled faintly of algae. The drag marks ended right at the water's edge, and there were splashes of disturbed sediment where someone had clearly gone in. We followed the creek downstream for about a quarter mile, moving slowly to check every bend and pool. Finally, we found something. Half buried in silt near the bank was a single boot, the laces torn. It matched the prints I'd seen earlier. Not far from there, wedged between 2 rocks in a shallow pool, was a water bottle identical to the one I'd seen in the open backpack. The current was strong enough to move small debris, so we guessed the rest of the gear, or the person, could be anywhere downstream. We radioed for a search and rescue team, who arrived within an hour. They brought ropes, stretchers, and wetsuits for the cold water. The search extended all afternoon, but there was no sign of a body. As the light began to fade, we regrouped to the campsite. The tent and gear were tagged as evidence and packed out, in case they helped identify the person. The official search continued for 2 more days, covering several miles of creek and surrounding forest. Eventually, we learned from a missing persons report that the gear belonged to a man in his late 30s who had been hiking alone. His car had been found at a trailhead miles away from where we discovered the campsite, which meant he had wandered far off his planned route. We never found him, alive or dead. I still think about that day, how quickly the situation changed from a routine check to a probable fatal accident. Out here, you can be fine one moment and in serious trouble the next. A single slip on wet ground, a misstep near fast-moving water, it doesn't take much. People sometimes think the wilderness is just a big playground, but the truth is it doesn't care if you're careful, experienced, or strong. It's indifferent, and it will take advantage of any mistake you make. Even now, years later, I remember the eerie stillness of that campsite and the drag marks leading into the creek. I've been to that spot many times since, usually for trail maintenance or seasonal inspections. It always looks peaceful, but I can't stand there without picturing those prints ending in the mud, the boot caught between the rocks, and the unanswered question of where the man ended up. For me, that was a turning point in how I approach my job. I double-check everything now, footing on slopes, the location of water sources, the weight of my pack. I push hikers to be more cautious, even when they think they don't need to be. Because once you've seen how fast someone could disappear out here, you can't ever really shake it. And that's the clearest ending I can give you. Not a ghost story, not a campfire legend, just the reality that sometimes the wilderness doesn't give people back. I've worked as a park ranger for a little over 12 years, and in that time, I've learned that the forest can be dangerous in ways that don't make it into the brochures. People think the biggest threats are bears, cougars, or maybe a twisted ankle miles from help. Those are real, sure, but the truth is that the scariest situations are the ones where you're not even sure what you're looking at or who you're dealing with. It was late September, one of those transition weeks where the summer tourists have mostly gone, but the hunters and late-season hikers are starting to show up. The weather had turned sharp and unpredictable. Warm sun in the afternoon, freezing wind by nightfall, fog rolling in without warning. I was assigned to patrol one of the more remote backcountry areas of the park. It's a huge zone with long stretches where you can go hours without seeing a single person. The trails aren't marked well, and there are dozens of old logging roads that spiderweb into nowhere. Even the GPS signal drops in some of the deeper valleys. I set out early in the morning from the ranger station, driving the park-issued pickup down a gravel access road until I hit the end of maintained service. From there, it was mostly on foot with my pack loaded. First aid kit, radio, flashlight, spare batteries, extra food and water, flare kit, and the usual survival gear. The mission was routine. Check on a few remote campsites, make sure any lingering campfires were out, pick up trash if needed, and note any damage from the recent windstorms. The first half of the day was uneventful. I found one abandoned camp about 4 miles in, just a cold fire pit, a torn plastic tarp caught in the branches above, and some cans left behind. I packed the trash out, logged the site coordinates, and kept moving. The trouble started in the afternoon when I got a call over the radio. A hiker had reported hearing gunshots somewhere near the east ridge of the backcountry zone. Hunting is strictly prohibited in that section, and the closest legal hunting area is miles away, so any gunfire out here was a big red flag. Dispatch didn't have much more info, just multiple shots, maybe a small caliber rifle, and the hiker couldn't give an exact location. I was the closest ranger in the area, so I was told to investigate. The problem was the East Ridge is a big area. Dense trees, steep terrain, and countless little draws and hollows where sound can echo in strange ways. You can hear something from one direction and end up hiking straight away from it because the acoustics play tricks. I changed course and started heading east, climbing steadily. The forest grew thicker the higher I went, with tall pines crowding in and the light fading fast, even though it was still mid-afternoon. I didn't hear any more shots, but I did notice something odd. Fresh tire tracks on one of the old service roads. The ground was still damp from last night's rain, and these weren't old impressions. They were clean and sharp, maybe made within the last few hours. They looked like from an ATV or a small off-road truck. That road wasn't on any official park maps anymore, and it had been blocked by a steel gate years ago. I'd personally checked that gate earlier in the season, so either someone had cut through, or they'd come in from private land on the far side, which meant they were already trespassing. I followed the tracks cautiously. They led deeper into the trees, winding along the contour of the ridge. After about half a mile, the road narrowed and then abruptly ended in a small clearing. The tracks circled the clearing and stopped near what looked like a crude fire pit, just a ring of blackened stones. I knelt to check the ashes. Still warm. Whoever had been here had left not long ago. That's when I saw the shell casings. Small caliber, .22 LR, scattered around the fire ring. Not hunting rounds, at least not for big game. That made me think maybe target practice or someone just shooting for fun. Still illegal here and still dangerous. Something about the scene felt wrong. I've found illegal camps before, but this one was bare. No tent, no food wrappers, no gear. Just the fire, the casings, and a single half-empty water bottle lying in the grass. It was as if they'd come here for a specific purpose and then left in a hurry. The light was starting to fade, but I decided to push a little further just to see if I could pick up their trail. Past the clearing, there was a faint footpath leading downslope. It wasn't a real trail, just a narrow animal track, but I could see broken twigs and disturbed soil that suggested recent human movement. I followed it for maybe 10 minutes, moving slow, scanning for signs. That's when I found the first piece of clothing. A single glove, black, synthetic material, lying in the dirt. No obvious blood or damage, but it looked recently dropped. About 50 yards further down, I found something worse. A spent shotgun shell, bright red, lying in the middle of the path. My pulse picked up. Now we're talking about more than just a .22. And if someone was carrying both a rifle and a shotgun out here, that raised a lot of questions. I took photos, bagged the shell, and marked the GPS point. The slope steepened, and the path curved into a narrow gully. The air felt colder down there, heavy and still. I started to get that prickling sensation at the base of my neck, the one you get when you feel like you're being watched. I kept stopping to listen, but all I heard was the occasional drip of water from the rocks. Then I saw it, another clearing, this one hidden deep in the gully, almost invisible unless you were right on top of it. And in the middle of it, half buried under branches, was an old, beat-up pickup truck. The paint was faded, the windows grimy, and the license plate was gone. I approached carefully, circling wide. The driver's door was shut, but the bed of the truck was loaded with random junk. A blue tarp, a plastic bin with the lid duct taped shut, a gas can, and what looked like an old rifle case. While I got close enough to look through the window, I saw more. On the passenger seat was a crumpled map of the park. Not the public one, but an old service map showing decommissioned roads and hidden access points. There was also a half-eaten sandwich still in its wrapper and a pack of cigarettes. I didn't touch anything. I just backed off and radioed in my location, telling dispatch I'd found an abandoned vehicle and possible evidence of illegal firearms activity. They said the nearest backup was over an hour away. I didn't like that. Being alone, deep in a gully, with night coming fast and unknown armed individuals somewhere nearby is about as bad as it gets for a ranger. I decided to get to higher ground and wait for backup rather than stay down there. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something in the dirt near the truck's back tire. Fresh boot prints. Deep ones heading away from the vehicle, and they were pointing in the same direction I'd come from. That meant whoever made them had been walking toward me. I felt a surge of adrenaline and immediately moved uphill, trying to put distance between myself and that spot. Every sound in the forest felt amplified. The crunch of leaves under my boots, the quickening of my breath. I didn't run, but I moved as fast as I could without losing awareness of my surroundings. About 10 minutes later, I reached a small ridge and crouched behind a fallen log, scanning the slope below. The light was almost gone now, the trees blurring into shadows. I waited, trying to listen over the thump of my heartbeat. Then I heard it. Slow, deliberate footsteps in the gully. Not an animal. The pace was too controlled, too careful. They stopped for a while, then moved again, slightly off to my right, as if whoever it was trying to flank me. I stayed put, radio in hand, whispering my status to dispatch. Backup was still 40 minutes out. I don't know how long I crouched there, but eventually the footsteps faded. I didn't see anyone, but I wasn't taking chances. I kept moving until I reached a higher ridge where I had some cell service and a better defensive position. By the time backup arrived, it was full dark. We went back down together, 3 rangers and 2 deputies. The truck was still there, but the rifle case was gone from the bed. The sandwich was gone too. Whoever had been there had returned after I left. We searched the area and found more .22 casings, more boot prints, and an old makeshift target nailed to a tree. But no people, no camp, nothing else. The truck was towed out the next morning. Turned out, it had been reported stolen from a town nearly 80 miles away. Inside, they found traces of marijuana and meth, along with cut copper wire, likely stolen. No one ever claimed it. I still think about that night a lot. Whoever was in that gully with me knew I was there. Maybe they were just curious. Maybe they were thinking about something worse. All I know is if I'd stayed down there by that truck, or if I'd been a little slower getting uphill, I might have found out the hard way. Now, when I patrol the backcountry, I'm even more careful. The animals don't scare me much anymore. It's the people I can't see, the ones who know how to disappear into the trees, that make me keep my hand near the radio and my eyes on the shadows. I've been working as a park ranger for over a decade, and I've seen a lot of strange things out in the backcountry, things that make you question how well you really know the land you work in. But there's one shift that will stick with me forever. It was the summer of 2017, during peak season, when the park was at its busiest. That meant my patrol area wasn't the main tourist loops or the campgrounds where families pitched tents and grilled hot dogs. No, my job that week was to check the deeper sections, the places people weren't supposed to camp but often did anyway. Dispersed camping, illegal hunting, long-term squatters. It was my job to make sure those areas stayed clear. This section of the park wasn't near any visitor center or ranger station. It was deep into an area most maps only marked with contour lines and a few dotted trails. The terrain there is rough. Narrow dirt service roads twist up and down steep hills, hemmed in by thick forest. In some spots, the road is so narrow you have to pull in your side mirrors just to get through without scraping the truck. I was alone in the department-issued pickup with a radio, GPS, and my usual gear. The route for the day would take me out past the official boundary roads, deep into the unmaintained fire lanes and old logging roads that haven't seen fresh gravel in decades. I started my shift around 6 a.m., wanting to get through the hard-to-reach areas before the sun got too high. It's always better to be out of there before afternoon storms roll in. The air was cool, the morning mist still clinging to the low ground between hills. I checked my fuel, checked the spare tire, made sure my pack had enough water and food, then started down the dirt track. I knew the route well enough, but I kept my GPS tracking. There are dozens of side roads in that part of the park, and some lead to dead ends or washed out sections. If you take a wrong turn, you might not realize it until you've wasted an hour. About 30 minutes in, I reached the first checkpoint, an old gate that marks the beginning of the restricted access zone. It's not a locked gate, but it has big warning signs for the public. No entry without permit, dangerous terrain, rescue not guaranteed. I hopped out, checked the lock, made sure there were no fresh tire tracks beyond it, and continued in. The road immediately got rougher. Deep ruts, exposed roots, potholes filled with last night's rain. By 8 a.m., I was several miles in. I stopped a few times to check clearings where people sometimes try to set up illegal camps. The forest here has that muffled kind of quiet where even the birds sound distant. The trees are old and tall, and there's a smell of wet moss and cedar that never really goes away. In a few low spots, you can hear trickling water from small creeks that run year-round. Around mile 7, I noticed something strange, fresh tracks in the mud. They weren't from an animal. These were deep, wide tire marks from a vehicle. They looked like they came from an old heavy-duty truck or maybe even a van, the kind with deep treads. The weird thing was these tracks were heading in, not out. That meant someone had come through here recently. Very recently, judging by how crisp the edges of the tracks still were. The last rain had been late the night before, so these had to be made this morning, maybe only an hour or two before I got there. It's not unheard of for poachers or illegal campers to use these roads, but it's rare. They're rough, hard on vehicles, and not worth the trouble unless you really want to avoid being seen. I followed the tracks, scanning the roadside for signs of where they might have turned off. The road climbed steadily, winding between ridges. After another mile, I spotted something even more unusual, a section of brush that had been pushed down on one side of the road, like a vehicle had driven off into the trees. Normally, the undergrowth here is too thick to just push through, but I could see a faint gap where the plants were bent and crushed. I pulled over, killed the engine, and listened. Nothing, not even wind. The air was heavy and still. I decided to investigate on foot. I grabbed my pack, a flashlight, and my camera, standard procedure for documenting illegal camps, and started following the flattened trail. It was narrow, but the tire tracks continued in, weaving between the trees. Whoever drove in here knew what they were doing, picking their way around the bigger obstacles. The path went on for maybe 200 yards before opening up into a small clearing I'd never seen before. That was strange in itself. I'd patrolled this section for years and thought I knew every open spot. The clearing was maybe 30 feet across, ringed by thick trees. In the center sat an old panel van. The paint was faded, a pale green that had probably once been bright. The license plates were missing. Both back doors were shut, and the driver's side window was rolled up. I could see the windshield was cracked and smeared with dirt, like it hadn't been washed in a long time. There were no markings or logos on it, just a plain, anonymous van. Something about it immediately made me uneasy. Vehicles abandoned in the backcountry usually look abandoned, rusted out, stripped for parts, maybe with vines growing over them. This one didn't. It was dirty, yes, but the tires still had air. There was no obvious damage that would have made it undrivable. And the fresh tracks leading in suggested it hadn't been sitting here for long. I walked around it slowly, keeping a few feet of distance. The ground around the van was disturbed. Boot prints, a few crushed cans, what looked like food wrappers. On the passenger side, I saw something that stopped me for a second. A small dark stain on the ground, maybe a foot across. It was old enough to be dried, but it had that dark, rusty color that made me think of blood. I crouched down, looked closer, and saw small drips leading toward the back of the van. I didn't open it. I wasn't supposed to without law enforcement backup, and honestly, I didn't want to see what might be inside. Instead, I backed away, took several photos from different angles, and marked the location on my GPS. My plan was to return to the truck, radio this in, and wait for instructions. That's when I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. The path I'd walked in on, the one with the tire tracks, was now quiet. I mean, the forest had been quiet before, but now it felt dead. No birds, no distant creaks, no insects, just silence so deep I could hear my own pulse. And then, far off, maybe down the road where my truck was parked, I thought I heard an engine. Not the loud rumble of an off-road truck, but a slow, low idle like someone sitting still with the motor running. It wasn't coming closer, just idling. I froze, listening. After maybe 30 seconds, it cut off. Then nothing. Every instinct told me to move. I started back toward the road, keeping low, scanning ahead. The trail back felt longer than it had on the way in. When I finally saw the glint of my truck through the trees, I felt a brief wave of relief until I saw the ground next to it. Fresh tire tracks, a different pattern from the vans. These were narrower, like from an SUV or a small pickup. And they hadn't been there when I arrived. I checked the truck carefully, door still locked, gear still inside. But there was a small scrap of paper tucked under my windshield wiper. I pulled it out and saw one word, written in blocky black marker. Leave. I didn't wait around. I got in, locked the doors, and started driving out. I radioed dispatch once I had a signal again, gave them the coordinates for the van, and explained what I'd found. They told me to head back to base and not to engage further. Law enforcement would take over. Later, I heard that when they went in to check, the van was gone. No tracks, no debris, no sign it had ever been there, except the clearing, which they confirmed existed but wasn't on any maps. They also found signs that someone had been camping there for a while. Fire pits, makeshift benches, even a few buried bags of trash. But nothing that explained the stain on the ground. I never found out who left the note on my windshield or why. And I never went back to that section alone again. The forest swallows things easily out there. Vehicles, camps, people. Sometimes they turn up months later. Sometimes they don't. I had been working as a seasonal park ranger for a few years, moving around to different locations depending on where the positions opened up. That summer, I was stationed in a remote park in the Northern Rockies, a place that didn't get much foot traffic compared to the bigger national parks. The mountains there weren't the tallest, but they were rugged, full of steep valleys and thick forests that seemed to go on forever. We had a handful of hiking trails, a small campground, and several old service roads that had been cut decades ago for logging and fire access. The ranger station I worked out of was small, just 2 offices, a radio room, a supply closet, and a break area. I usually worked with one other ranger during the day, and at night, I was often the only one covering that part of the park. It was the kind of place where cell service vanished within a mile of the main road, so you had to rely on the truck's radio or the portable unit clipped to your belt. One week in late August, a heat wave settled in. Even up in the higher elevations, the days were in the mid-90s and the air was bone dry. The heat made people careless. Campfires left smoldering, glass bottles left in the sun, and cigarette butts flicked into the brush. My supervisor asked me to run daily patrols to check for fire hazards and keep an eye on any suspicious smoke in the distance. On the third day of the heat wave, I got an assignment to inspect an old service road called Bear Creek Spur. It was rarely used, maybe once or twice a year by maintenance crews. The road wound about 8 miles up into the hills before didending at a small meadow near a ridgeline. Years ago, a fire lookout had stood up there, but it had been dismantled in the late 80s. Now the road was mostly overgrown, with tall grass and scrub pushing in from the sides, and the gravel surface soft from years without grading. I left the station mid-afternoon, knowing I'd be back before dark if I didn't linger. The drive started out easy on the main dirt road, but as soon as I turned on a Bear Creek Spur, I had to slow to a crawl to avoid potholes and washouts. Branches scraped against the sides of the truck. The air smelled faintly of hot pine sap and dust. About 3 miles in, I stopped to clear a fallen limb from the road. It was bone dry, snapped easily when I dragged it aside. That's when I noticed the first thing that made me uneasy: faint tire tracks in the dust ahead of me. They weren't mine, and they were fresh, probably no more than a day or two old. Not many people had reason to come up here, and technically, the gate at the start of the road should have been locked. I made a mental note to check it on my way out. The road kept climbing, winding through thick lodgepole pines. The sun was still high, but the canopy overhead blocked a lot of the light. Every now and then, I'd pass an old logging spur branching off into the forest, most of them choked with young trees and brush. Around mile 6, I spotted something white through the trees, a tarp, or maybe a tent, set back off the road. I stopped the truck and got out to take a closer look. It wasn't a tent. It was the stripped shell of an old camper trailer, half collapsed and rusting away. Around it were beer cans, a blackened fire ring, and a few rotting folding chairs. Nothing unusual. We found abandoned camp setups all the time. But as I poked around, I saw that someone had been here recently. The ashes in the fire pit were pale gray and still had an unburned cigarette, but sitting on top. I got back in the truck and kept going, my eyes scanning the roadside for any more signs of activity. A mile or so later, the road curved along a steep slope, and I noticed a section of the dirt shoulder that had been chewed up by tires, as if someone had pulled off and turned around. The marks were deep, meaning the vehicle had been heavy. When I finally reached the meadow at the top, the first thing I noticed was how still it was. No wind, no insects, nothing. The grass was waist-high and yellowed from the heat. In the middle of the clearing sat an old wooden post, all that remained of the fire lookout's foundation. I parked and stepped out to scan the area. That's when I saw them, boot prints in the dust, leading from the end of the road into the meadow. They weren't mine, and they weren't old. The edges were sharp, not yet softened by wind. The prints went straight into the grass and disappeared. I followed them a short distance, my boots crunching in the dry grass. The prints didn't wander. They headed directly toward the far side of the meadow, where the ground began to slope down toward the tree line. When I reached the edge, I saw something that made me stop. There was a small camp hidden just inside the trees, a green tent, a folding table, and a cooler. It looked lived in, not abandoned. A pair of hiking boots sat neatly outside the tent flap. Beside the table was a large plastic water jug, the kind you'd refill at a gas station. But there was no one there. I called out once, no answer. I walked slowly around the site. The cooler was half full of food, bread, lunch meat, mustard. A half-empty bottle of water sat on the table. I checked the tent. Inside was a sleeping bag, a backpack, and some clothes. Everything looked normal except for one thing. There was no vehicle. Whoever was camping here had either hiked in from miles away, or they'd driven up and hidden their car somewhere else. I radioed in my location and described what I'd found. My supervisor told me to leave a written notice at the site asking the camper to check in at the station. That was standard procedure. I left the note on the table, took a few photos for the file, and headed back to the truck. On the way down, I kept thinking about those tire tracks. The road didn't go anywhere but the meadow. If a vehicle had come up here, it had either turned back before the meadow or gone off-road somewhere. When I reached the spot where I'd seen a shoulder torn up, I pulled over and got out. From the road, I could see a faint two-track trail cutting into the trees. It wasn't on any of our maps. The grass was flattened and the dirt ruts looked fresh. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow it on foot. The trail dropped steeply for maybe a quarter mile before leveling out. The air down there was cooler, damper. I could smell water somewhere ahead. Sure enough, I came to a narrow creek running through a shaded hollow. On the far side, the tire tracks continued, leading to a flat spot where a vehicle had been parked recently. And that's when I saw it, a white cargo van tucked under the trees, almost invisible unless you were right on top of it. The back doors were closed. The driver's side window was down, and inside I could see fast food wrappers, a sleeping bag, and a small propane stove. There were no plates, no registration stickers, nothing that identified the owner. I walked a slow circle around the van. On the ground behind it were more boot prints, heading toward the creek and disappearing into the brush. I didn't like it, the hidden location, the unmarked vehicle, the fact that it was only a mile from that lone camp in the meadow. I marked the coordinates on my GPS, took photos, and headed back to the truck. By the time I reached the main road, the sun was low and the light was turning gold. The next morning, I came back with a county deputy. We hiked down to the van together. This time, the back doors were open. Inside were plastic bins full of camping gear, rope, a small axe, and several large black trash bags. The bags were empty, but the whole setup felt wrong, like someone was living out here without wanting to be found. We decided to hike up to the meadow to check on the camp. When we got there, it was empty. The tent, the table, the cooler, all gone. The only sign anyone had been there were flattened patches of grass and the faint outline of boot prints leading back toward the road. We never found whoever it was. The van was eventually towed out and impounded, but no one came to claim it. For the rest of that season, every time I drove that stretch of road, I caught myself scanning the trees, looking for a flash of green tent fabric or the white side of a van. I never saw them again, but I always had the feeling someone was still out there, moving just far enough to stay ahead of us. And that's what stuck with me. Not the empty camp, not the van, but the fact that whoever it was had broken it all down in less than a day, without leaving a single piece of trash or trace behind. They knew we were coming. I've been a park ranger for a little over 10 years now, and I've seen my share of strange things in the wilderness. You work long enough in these big, empty places, and you realize that nature isn't just peaceful trails and birdsong. It can turn on you fast. It can hide things from you. And if you aren't paying attention, it can put you in a situation where you're a step away from being lost, hurt, or worse. This happened to me 3 summers ago in the far northern section of the park where I work. That part of the park is rarely visited, even during the busiest seasons. It's deep forest with no paved roads, no campgrounds, and only a few old, overgrown fire roads that were cut decades ago and left to fade back into the trees. The terrain is uneven, full of ravines, creeks, and boulder piles from ancient landslides. The vegetation grows so thick in some places you could be 20 feet from the trail and not see it. It was July, peak fire season, and I've been assigned to do a solo patrol in that section. The goal was to check for illegal campfires, abandoned camps, and any signs of poaching. This meant hiking in for several miles, following a rough trail that eventually just turned into a faint track marked by old blazes on tree trunks. I had my full kit, day pack, GPS unit, paper map, compass, first aid gear, and enough food and water for a long day. The morning was hot and still. The air felt heavy, and I remember thinking it might storm later, even though the forecast had said clear skies. The trail started out wide, with dusty footprints showing someone had been through not too long ago, boots, maybe a couple of days old. But as I got deeper in, those signs faded, and soon the only tracks I saw were deer and raccoon. I stopped for a break about 2 hours in, sitting on a fallen log while I drank from my canteen. I remember noticing how quiet it was. No wind, no birds, just the faint clicking of insects. Even in the thick forest, you usually hear something. Leaves shifting, woodpeckers, squirrels chattering. But here, nothing. It wasn't unusual enough to set off alarms in my head, but I took note of it. Silence in the forest sometimes means a predator is around. I pressed on, heading toward a spot marked on my map where the old fire road split into two narrow paths. I want to check a clearing past that split where people sometimes camp illegally. The trail narrowed until I was brushing past young pines and mountain laurel, the branches tugging at my shirt and scraping against my arms. The ground was uneven, with roots like knotted ropes. When I reached the split, I saw something odd. One of the narrow trails was blocked by a crude barrier of sticks and branches, almost like someone had woven them together between two saplings. It wasn't thick enough to really stop someone from going through, but it was clearly put there on purpose. The branches were cut cleanly, not broken, which meant a blade had been used. I stepped closer to check it out. The wood was fresh, green inside where it had been cut, and the leaves hadn't wilted yet. Whoever made it had done so recently. I decided to take the other path instead, the one without the barrier, figuring I'd loop around and come back later to investigate from the other side. The trail beyond was even less defined, but I followed it for maybe 20 minutes before I noticed something else. A faint smell in the air. It was like with smoke, but old, faint, almost sour. That smell doesn't travel far in still air, so I knew whatever was making it wasn't far. I slowed down, scanning the trees. About 50 yards ahead, I spotted a shape that didn't belong, an unnatural straight edge among all the curves and lines of the forest. As I moved closer, I saw it was an old tent, half collapsed, its fabric bleached and torn. It was tucked into a little hollow beside a rock outcrop, almost invisible unless you were right on top of it. The tent looked like it had been there a long time. The zipper was rusted, and the nylon was brittle. Inside, I found a sleeping bag, shredded and full of leaves. There was a small cook pot, blackened from fire, and an old metal water bottle. No food, no personal gear, no sign of who had camped there. It wasn't unusual to find abandoned gear in remote areas, but this one felt different. There were no animal chew marks on the fabric, no sign it had been rummaged through. It was as if someone had just walked away from it. I marked the coordinates on my GPS and noted it in my field book, then decided to keep moving toward the clearing I planned to check. The path dropped into a shallow ravine and then climbed again, winding through thick brush. The air felt heavier, almost humid, and the smell of old smoke came back, stronger this time. That's when I saw the second barrier. This one wasn't just a few branches, it was a full wall of stacked logs, chest high, running right across the trail. It must have taken someone hours to build, and it looked solid. Again, the wood was freshly cut. I stopped there for a long moment, just listening. Nothing moved. The silence felt thicker here, almost pressing in. I thought about going over the barrier, but something in me hesitated. Instead, I pulled out my map and decided to take a detour, cutting around the ridge to approach the clearing from the west. That route was harder. I had to push through brush, climb over fallen trees, and pick my way along narrow deer trails. After maybe 30 minutes, I found myself in a spot where the ground dipped and the air cooled. A small creek ran here, barely a trickle over smooth stones. I knelt to refill my canteen with my filter, and that's when I saw it. On the far bank, half hidden under ferns, was a single boot. Not a fresh one. Weathered leather, laces gone, but still upright like someone had stepped out of it and left it there. I scanned the area, but there was no sign of the other boot. No clothing, no pack, nothing. I didn't like the feeling creeping over me. The barriers, the abandoned tent, the boot, they weren't connected by anything obvious, but together they built a picture I didn't like. Someone was spending time out here. Someone who didn't want people coming through certain trails. I moved on, keeping close to the creek until I reached the clearing. It was a small meadow, maybe 30 yards across, ringed by tall pines. The grass was knee-high and dotted with wildflowers. From a distance, it looked peaceful, but as I stepped in, I saw faint patches of blackened earth, old fire pits, grown over with grass. I also saw something else. More fresh-cut branches piled at the edge of the clearing, like building material waiting to be used. That's when I realized I wasn't alone out here. Someone had been here within the last day, maybe even this morning. I scanned the tree line, but saw nothing. The stillness was absolute. I didn't linger. I marked the location, turned, and started back the way I'd come. I kept my pace steady, not wanting to look like I was hurrying, even though my instincts were telling me to get out fast. When I reached the first barrier again, I stopped dead. It was gone. Every branch, every stick had been cleared away from the trail, and the ground where it had stood was freshly scuffed. That barrier had been there less than 2 hours ago, and now it wasn't. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear a thing. I kept walking, my hand never far from the bear spray on my belt. By the time I got back to the main trail, the heat of the day had broken, and a thin wind was moving through the trees. It felt like the forest had exhaled. Back at the station, I filed my report, logged the GPS points, and passed it to my supervisor. They sent another ranger out with me the next morning to check the sites. Every single thing I'd seen, tent, boot, stacked branches, was gone. Not just gone, but as if they'd never been there. The ground where the tent had been was bare. The boot? No trace. The barriers? Nothing but undisturbed brush. We combed the area for hours, but found nothing. To this day, I don't know who was out there, what they were doing, or why they didn't want anyone on those trails. But I know someone was watching me that day, close enough to know exactly when I left each spot. And I know I won't ever patrol that section alone again. I had been working as a seasonal park ranger for 3 summers before I got assigned to the Backcountry Patrol in the Northern Range. The Northern Range was the part of the park most visitors never saw. It was 20 miles from the nearest paved road, made up of steep valleys, thick pine forests, and endless ridgelines. It was the kind of place that looked untouched, and in many ways it was. But that was also what made it the most unpredictable and dangerous section for a ranger to work in. There weren't many trails there, just old logging road from the 60s and faint footpaths from hunters. My job was to hike and check the old backcountry campsites, look for illegal hunting or poaching, clear debris from trails, and keep an eye out for signs of wildfire. By mid-July that year, I had settled into a routine. I'd drive the service road to the trailhead at first light, load up my pack with food, water, first aid, and gear, then hike deep into the north end to make my rounds. I usually didn't see another human being for days at a time. It could feel like I was the only person in the entire forest. One week in late July, my supervisor asked me to extend my normal route because there had been reports of an abandoned tent and scattered gear somewhere near an old campsite called Large Hollow. Large Hollow was barely a campsite anymore, more of a clearing with a fire ring that hadn't been used in years. The only people who went there now were hunters or people looking to be completely alone. The report had come from a hiker who said they saw a torn-up tent, some clothes, and empty food wrappers. It sounded like maybe someone had left their stuff and animals had gotten into it, but we had to make sure it wasn't an injured or lost camper. That morning I started earlier than usual. The sky was clear, but there was a strange haze on the horizon, probably from wildfires in another state. The forest was quiet in the early hours, just the sound of wind moving through the tops of the pines and the occasional call of a jay. I made good time for the first few miles, but the farther I got from the main trail, the harder the walking became. The old roads here were barely recognizable, with knee-high grass and deadfall blocking the way. Every so often I'd stop and scan with my binoculars, checking for smoke or movement, but there was nothing. By midday, I reached a fork that led toward Large Hollow. The air was heavier here, the trees packed in so tightly that sunlight barely touched the ground. I could smell the damp, rot of old logs and moss. As I got closer to the clearing, I started to see signs of human activity. A candy bar wrapper caught in some branches. A crushed plastic bottle half buried in dirt. A boot print in soft mud near a trickle of water. Then, when I stepped in a Large Hollow, I saw it. The tent. It was an old 2-person dome tent, one side completely caved in. The rain fly was shredded in places, and the zippers were stuck halfway open. Around the tent, there were clothes scattered on the ground. a pair of jeans, a flannel shirt, socks stiff with dirt. A sleeping bag lay half out of the tent, the fabric torn and the filling spilling out. There were food wrappers everywhere, ramen packets, crushed granola bars, an empty jar of peanut butter. I crouched and looked inside the tent. No sleeping pad, no backpack, no stove, just a ripped sleeping bag and an empty water bottle. There were claw marks on the fabric, so I assumed an animal, maybe a black bear, had gotten in. The strange thing was how recent it all looked. The clothes weren't sun-bleached. The food wrappers hadn't been chewed apart by mice. It looked like someone had been here in the last week, maybe less. I started searching the area in a slow grid. About 30 yards from the tent, near the tree line, I found a half-buried metal pot with some burned rice stuck to the bottom. Farther along, I found a trail of crushed grass leading away from the campsite. I followed it for about 50 yards before it faded, but as I was about to turn back, I saw something caught in a low branch, a strip of cloth torn from shirt, with a small smear of what looked like dried blood. That changed things. If someone was injured out here, they could be in serious trouble. The northern range was not forgiving. You could get turned around in minutes, run out of water, or stumble into terrain that was impossible to climb back out of. And there was no cell service anywhere near here. I radioed in my position and told the station I'd found signs of a possible injured person. The static-heavy voice on the other end told me to proceed with caution and keep searching until I either found the person or had to turn back for safety. The sun was still high, so I decided to follow a nearby ridge. From up there, I could scan the surrounding valleys and maybe spot movement. The climb was steep, and the ground was loose with pine needles and small rocks. Halfway up, I paused to catch my breath and listen. That's when I heard it, faint but clear, a sound that didn't belong to the forest. It was like a short, dry cough. Human. I froze and listened again. Nothing. Then, a minute later, another cough. It was coming from the next drainage over, which meant I'd have to drop down and climb back up again to reach it. I picked my way carefully down the slope, using trees for balance, then started up the other side. When I reached the top, I looked down and saw something that made my stomach drop. There was a man sitting against a fallen tree, slumped forward. He was wearing a faded green jacket and jeans. His boots were caked with mud. Even from a distance, I could tell he was in bad shape. His head hung low, and his hands were limp at his sides. I scrambled down toward him, calling out, but he didn't react. When I reached him, I saw that his lips were cracked and his skin was pale and sunburned. His eyes opened slightly when I got closer, but they were glazed over. He was alive, but barely. His pack was nowhere to be seen, and he had no water on him. I pulled my bottle from my pack and tilted it to his lips, letting him take small sips. He coughed hard but swallowed. I couldn't get much out of him. His words were slurred and quiet. But from what I gathered, he had been out here for several days, had lost his pack somehow, and had been trying to get back to the road, but kept getting turned around. I gave him more water and some small bites of an energy bar, then radioed in that I'd found him and needed extraction. But the reply came back with bad news. There was no way to get a helicopter in until morning due to incoming weather, and the nearest ground team was several hours away. That meant I had to keep him alive through the night. The temperature here dropped fast after sunset, even in summer. I set up my emergency bivy sack for him, wrapped him in my spare thermal blanket, and built a small fire for warmth. I rationed my remaining water, giving him sips every half hour. As the night went on, the forest around us seemed to press in closer. I kept hearing small movements, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, but it was probably just animals drawn to the firelight. Still, every noise kept me on edge. The man's breathing was shallow, and a few times I thought he might stop altogether. I kept talking to him, telling him to stay awake, even though he barely responded. When the first light broke through the trees, I felt a wave of relief. I radioed again, and this time they said the ground team was close. I packed up quickly, but kept him wrapped in the blanket until they arrived. When they finally came into view, 2 rangers and a medic, it felt like the weight of the forest lifted off my shoulders. They checked him over, gave him more fluids, and got him onto a stretcher. As they carried him away, I looked back toward the direction of Larch Hollow. The torn tent, the scattered clothes, the trail of crushed grass. It all told a story, but not the whole one. I never found out exactly what had happened to him, how he lost his pack, or why he'd ended up so far from the main trail. But I knew one thing. If I hadn't pushed past Larch Hollow and kept searching, he wouldn't have made it through the night. When I hiked out later that day, the forest looked different. Same trees, same ridges, same quiet air. But now every shadow seemed sharper, every movement in the distance worth a second look. The northern range wasn't just beautiful and wild. It was indifferent. It didn't care if you were prepared or not, if you knew the trails or thought you could find your way back without a map. Out here, one wrong turn could be the last. That was the day I learned the real danger wasn't in what you could see. It was in what you didn't notice until it was too late. I've been a park ranger for 12 years. Most of that time working in remote areas where you can walk for hours without seeing another person. I thought I'd seen almost everything that could happen in the wild. Storms that drop trees across every road, lightning strikes setting ridgelines on fire, hikers who wandered off trail and vanished for days. But there was one patrol in late September that still makes my stomach twist whenever I think about it. It was the tail end of our busy season. Summer crowds were gone, schools were back in session, and the park had taken on that quiet, heavy feeling it gets before winter. The mornings were cool, almost cold, and the air carried that sharp smell of dry leaves and earth. I was assigned to check a section of the park that most visitors never saw, an area about 12 miles from the main campground, crisscrossed with old service roads and narrow trails that didn't appear on the visitor maps. The park boundaries here weren't obvious. There was no neat fence line, just stretches of forest that ran for miles in a national forest land and private logging tracts. Our maps were old, and some of the printed trails didn't match what you saw on the ground anymore. We had some newer GPS overlays, but even those weren't perfect. Logging crews had cut new access roads over the years, and heavy rain had washed out some of the old ones. I'd been sent there to inspect a series of backcountry campsites and verify that the seasonal trail closure signs were still in place. Most of the sites were rarely used, maybe one or two groups a month during the summer. But they had to be checked before winter because we didn't want people getting stuck out there in the snow. The plan was to take one of the old service tracks in, loop through a few campsites, and then return along a separate route. The morning was still when I set out, the sky a pale blue that looked washed out in the cool air. My truck bounced over ruts and potholes on the service road, pine branches scraping the side mirrors. I parked at a small gravel turnaround, the kind you'd miss if you didn't know it was there. From there, I loaded my pack with a day's worth of supplies, water, a couple of protein bars, my radio, map, GPS unit, and the usual emergency kit. The first few miles went smoothly. The trail was narrow but clear, with a thin layer of pine needles muffling my steps. Every so often I'd see deer tracks pressed into the softer dirt, or small scat piles from elk. I passed the first 2 campsites without issue, noting the signs were still in place and the fire rings looked in use since summer. It was after I left the 3rd site that things started to feel off. The trail I was on was supposed to curve southeast and then meet up with another service track. According to my GPS, I was right where I was supposed to be, but the ground ahead didn't look like the map trail. It widened, the dirt turning into a more packed, pale surface, almost like crushed gravel. And off to the right, through the trees, I could see what looked like another path, wide enough for a vehicle but completely unmarked on my map. I stopped and pulled out my GPS again, waiting for the signal to stabilize. It showed me still on the main trail. I zoomed out, but there was nothing where that other track should have been. I walked over for a better look. The road, if you could call it that, had grass growing down the center, but the tire ruts were still visible. The dirt had a different texture from the official service tracks I knew. It was more compacted and scattered with pale stones. I hesitated. Normally, I would have ignored it and stuck to the assigned route. But my job also meant reporting new or unmapped roads, especially if they crossed into the park illegally. We'd had issues before with poachers and unauthorized vehicle access. This road was heading deeper into the park's interior, and I wanted to see where it went. I marked my position on the GPS, then followed the track. At first, it was easy walking, flat, open, and quiet. The forest here was denser, with thick firs and spruces that let in only thin stripes of sunlight. After about 20 minutes, I noticed the road surface changing. The pale gravel gave way to bare dirt, which was churned up in spots as if heavy tires had passed through recently. That's when I saw the first sign of something that didn't belong, a metal drum lying on its side just off the road. It was rusted, dented, and had no markings I could see. A few yards farther on, there were more, 2 drums, an old tarp half buried in dirt, and what looked like a broken pallet. I stopped and took photos for documentation. Dumping in the park wasn't new, but the placement of these things felt deliberate, like someone had stashed them here rather than tossed them at random. I kept going, telling myself I'd turn back soon. But the road seemed to stretch ahead in a slow, gentle curve, and I wanted to see the end of it. My radio crackled once, a burst of static, but otherwise stayed silent. Service was spotty out here. Eventually, I came to a clearing. It wasn't large, maybe 30 yards across, but it looked wrong. The ground was flattened and scraped bare, the way it gets when heavy machinery has been working. Deep grooves ran across the dirt, parallel and neat, as if a bulldozer had passed through recently. But there was no equipment, no signs of active work, no tire marks leading in or out that matched the width of modern trucks. On the far side of the clearing, the road narrowed again and disappeared into a thicker stand of trees. I walked to the center, scanning for anything obvious. That's when I saw the small structure. It was set back against the tree line, almost hidden, an old shack maybe 8 by 10 feet. The wood was gray and weathered, the kind that's been out in the elements for decades. The roof sagged, and one side was propped with a rough beam. No windows, just a single door that hung slightly open. I approached slowly, every sense sharp. My boots crunched on the dirt. The air was still, but there was a faint smell, oil, maybe, or some kind of chemical. I stopped about 3 feet from the door and peered inside. The shack was empty, except for a low wooden table and a few plastic containers stacked in one corner. The containers were the industrial kind, square and opaque, with screw-top lids. No labels. The table had stains on it, dark, irregular patches that could have been from anything. I didn't touch anything. I just took more photos, noting the location on my GPS. Something about this place wasn't just strange, it felt deliberately hidden. Whoever used it probably didn't want it found. When I stepped back outside, I noticed something I hadn't before. On the far side of the clearing, opposite the road I came in on, there was another path. Narrow, overgrown, but with faint tire marks. I hadn't seen it from where I entered. I walked over to check it out, and my stomach tightened. The tracks weren't old. The dirt still had sharp edges from the treads, and there were a few scattered pine needles that hadn't had time to settle. Judging by the condition, a vehicle had passed through here within the last day or two. That's when I heard it, faint, distant, but enough to freeze me in place. An engine, somewhere in the direction of that overgrown path. Not loud enough to be close, but not far either. The sound was steady, low-pitched, like a truck idling. I backed away from the path and moved toward the road I came in on. My plan was to return to my truck, radio in the location, and let law enforcement check it out. I kept my pace steady, resisting the urge to break into a jog. Out here, sound carried strangely, and I didn't want to make unnecessary noise. But the engine noise grew louder. Not by much, but enough that I knew it was coming closer. I couldn't see anything through the trees, but I could feel it. Someone was moving along that hidden path toward the clearing I had just left. I kept walking, my heart pounding now. Every snap of twig behind me made my shoulders tighten. I didn't dare look back until I reached a bend in the road. When I did, the clearing was out of sight. The engine noise had stopped. That silence was worse than the sound. I pushed harder, covering ground as quickly as I could without running. My GPS said I was still about 2 miles from my truck. The road felt longer than before, the forest pressing in tighter. Every so often I'd glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see movement. I didn't see anyone, but twice I thought I heard faint footsteps somewhere off to my right, just far enough that I couldn't pinpoint them. The kind of sound you question. Was it an animal or something else? When I finally reached my truck, I unlocked it fast, threw my pack inside, and started the engine. The gravel crunched under my tires as I pulled away, glancing in the rearview mirror. Nothing followed me onto the service road. Back at headquarters, I filed my report with every detail I had: GPS coordinates, photos, notes on the structure and containers, and the sound of that engine. Law enforcement took it seriously. They sent a team out the next morning. They found the shack. They found the containers. But the containers were empty, and the clearing showed fresh signs of being disturbed. Tire marks, but not matching my photos. The overgrown path had been churned up like a vehicle had gone through in a hurry. They didn't find the drums I'd seen along the road in either. Officially, the report was closed as unlawful dumping and unauthorized structure, but nothing linked it to a specific person. The location was removed from public maps and put under periodic surveillance. I never went back there alone. Even now, I've been a park ranger for a little over 12 years now, most of that time in large forested areas in the Pacific Northwest. You'd think after all those years the job would stop surprising me, but it hasn't. I've had weeks where the worst thing I dealt with was telling teenagers to put out an illegal campfire, and then I've had days where I walked away wondering how I'm still alive. This story is one of those. It happened in early September a few years back, toward the tail end of the busy season. By then, most of the summer crowds had thinned out. The families with small kids were back home because school had started, and what you were left with were two kinds of people: the hardcore outdoors folks who wanted the solitude, and the occasional stragglers who didn't plan things out and decided to go camping when the weather was already starting to turn. This park was huge. Tens of thousands of acres of mixed forest, ridgelines, lakes, and old logging roads that had been overtaken by nature decades ago. A lot of it was accessible, but there were sections deep in the backcountry where you could go days without seeing another person. We had a good network of trails, but also a lot of unmaintained, unofficial routes that hikers and hunters used. My beat covered some of the most remote parts. That week I was doing what we call late season sweep patrols, where you check campsites, trailheads, and sometimes just bushwhacking in known spots where people like to set up to make sure no one's breaking fire restrictions or getting themselves into trouble. The park had already had one incident that summer, a lost hiker who went off trail and almost didn't make it out, so we were trying to be proactive. On the second day of my shift, I got assigned an area we call the North Spur. It was one of the most isolated sections of the park, mostly long ridges and steep valleys, with the only real access being an old service road that connected to a dirt spur road, which eventually just ended at a closed gate. From there, it was all on foot. There were a few backcountry campsites up there, and some old hunting blind from years back, but otherwise not much. I left my truck at the gate around noon, figuring I'd do a long loop hike through the upper ridge, check the camps, and return by late evening. I had my standard loadout: radio, GPS, first aid kit, extra food and water, and a sidearm. Not because I expected trouble, but because we occasionally got black bears or the rare cougar sighting up there. And every once in a while, you'd get the kind of human trouble where it's better to be safe. The first few hours were uneventful. The trail was narrow and overgrown in places, and the wind was kicking up enough to make the treetops hiss constantly. I stopped at two known camp clearings, both empty, both clean. Around 4 p.m., I started heading toward the highest ridge to check a viewpoint that hunters like to use in the fall. That's when I noticed the first thing that fell off. Up in the distance, through the trees, I saw what looked like a tarp, blue, maybe green, flapping in the wind. It wasn't in one of the known camp spots, and it wasn't near the trail. My first thought was that maybe someone had set up a makeshift camp illegally, or that it was leftover trash from summer. Either way, I decided to check it out. The slope up to it was steep, the ground soft with layers of wet pine needles. It took me a few minutes of careful climbing before I got close enough to see it clearly. It wasn't a tarp. It was a tent, old, faded, and covered in streaks of dirt. The kind of tent you'd expect to find in a garage sale for $20. What bothered me wasn't that it was there, but how it looked. The rainfly was half off, one of the poles was snapped, and the whole thing seemed like it had been there for a long time. I've seen abandoned gear before, but usually it's collapsed, chewed up by animals, or flattened by snow. This one was still standing just enough that it seemed recent but also neglected. I called out, nothing. I circled the tent, looking for footprints or signs of a campfire. There were none. No food wrappers, no cooking gear, no rope, nothing. Against my better judgment, I unzipped the flap. Inside was a sleeping bag, flattened like someone had been lying in it for a long time. There was also a small backpack, half unzipped, with a few clothes stuffed inside. Everything smelled faintly sour, like damp fabric that's been packed away wet. But the weirdest part was that nothing looked ransacked. When you find abandoned camps, animals usually tear into them. This looked untouched. The sun was already dropping, and the wind up there made the ridge feel colder than it was. I took a couple of photos for the report, noted the GPS coordinates, and decided I'd come back the next day with another ranger to pack the stuff out. But before I left, I noticed something else. About 20 yards downhill from the tent, there was a narrow, almost invisible path. Not an official trail, just a faint track where the pine needles were disturbed. It went straight down into the dense timber. I don't know why I decided to follow it. Maybe it was habit, maybe curiosity. Either way, I started down. The path was steep and uneven, forcing me to grab tree trunks for balance. After maybe 50 yards, I reached a small clearing where the ground leveled out. There, I found something I didn't like at all. It was a fire ring. Fresh. Someone had built it out of local rock, and the ashes inside were still gray and powdery, maybe a day old at most. There were no chairs, no logs pulled up to sit on, no food trash. Just the ring, sitting in a space barely big enough for one or two people. Something about it gave me a knot in my stomach. Normally, when you find a fresh fire in the backcountry, you can figure out who made it. Backpackers leave other signs, a bit of gear, a cooking pot, footprints, even just some stomped down grass where they sat. This had nothing. I stood there for a while, scanning the trees. I didn't see or hear anything except the wind. At that point, the smart move would have been to head back to the main trail and radio in. But I told myself I'd just check a little further. Beyond the clearing, the ground sloped again, dropping into an even darker section of forest. The kind of place where the canopy is so thick that you lose most of the daylight, even before the sun sets. I went maybe another 100 yards before I stopped dead. There was something hanging from a low branch ahead. At first, I thought it was a piece of rope or webbing. But as I got closer, I realized it was a length of paracord tied into a noose. It was swaying gently, even though there was no breeze in that part of the woods. Now, I've seen my share of grim things in this job. Animal traps, even a suicide once, but something about this setup didn't fit. The cord wasn't weathered. It was bright, almost new, and it was too low for what you'd normally use a noose for. I felt a wave of unease so strong that my hands actually went cold. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on the trees around me. That was when I heard it, a single sharp crack of a branch, somewhere uphill, near where the tent was. I didn't wait to find out more. I turned and hiked hard back toward the main ridge, my ears straining for any sound over my own footsteps. Twice I thought I heard movement behind me, but every time I stopped, it went dead silent. By the time I reached the ridge, the sun was low and the forest was filling with shadows. I didn't go back to the tent. I just made for the gate, not stopping until I reached my truck. When I got back to the ranger station, I filed the report, gave the GPS coordinates, and told the others I didn't like the feel of the place. The plan was to head back the next morning with 2 more rangers. But when we went up there, the tent was gone. Not collapsed, not shredded, gone. No sleeping bag, no backpack, no trace of where it had been. The fire ring was gone too, rocks scattered, ashes missing. Even the paracord was gone. We searched the area for hours and found nothing except undisturbed forest. It was like no one had ever been there. To this day, I don't know who set up that camp or why they cleared it out overnight. All I know is that I wasn't alone up there. And whoever it was, they didn't want to be found. That ridge still gives me a bad feeling every time I hike it. I patrolled it a few times since, but I never go down that faint path anymore. Some parts of the park, you just leave alone. I've been a park ranger for almost 8 years, and in that time, I've had my share of strange nights and dangerous situations. But there's one incident that still sits heavy in my mind, partly because of how easily it could have turned into a body recovery, and partly because it forced me to realize how fast things can go bad in the backcountry, even for someone who's supposed to be prepared for anything. This happened about 4 years ago in early November. The tourist season had slowed down, the leaves were mostly gone, and the temperatures were dropping fast at night. That time of year, the park gets quiet. Day hikers still show up, but once the sun starts going down, it's just us rangers, maybe a couple of hunters in permitted areas, and the occasional stubborn camper who thinks the cold is good for solitude. My shift that day started late. I was on the evening and overnight patrol. I was assigned to the North Sector, which was mostly dense forest, long stretches of ridgeline trails, and a series of small lakes and creeks. It was also an area we'd been keeping an eye on because there had been reports of illegal trapping, which is a big problem here. Traps don't just catch the target animal. They also injure deer, dogs, even people if they're unlucky enough to step on one. I loaded up my truck with the usual first aid kit, extra water, thermal blanket, flare gun, spare flashlight batteries, a thermos of coffee in my pack. I also carried a GPS unit, though I knew the sector well enough to move through it without one. The weather was dry but cold. The forecast called for a clear night, dropping into the low 20s. The first couple of hours were uneventful. I checked 2 trailheads, cleared some branches that had fallen over one of the access roads, and logged a couple of deer sightings. Around 8:15 p.m., I parked at the end of Ridge Hollow Road and started on foot toward one of the lesser-used trails, an unofficial path locals called Old Creek Cut. It wasn't on the park maps, but we knew about it, and sometimes people used it to get around posted hunting restrictions. The trail is narrow and uneven, with a lot of loose rock, and it winds down into a steep ravine where a creek runs through. There's only one way in and one way out unless you want to bushwhack through thick laurel and deadfall. I made my way down slowly, sweeping my flashlight beam ahead, checking for anything out of place. I wasn't expecting trouble. About 40 minutes in, I spotted something glinting near the base of a tree about 15 yards off the trail. When I got closer, I saw it was a metal stake driven into the ground, with a steel cable looped around it. The cable ran under a layer of leaves. I pulled them back and found a leg hold trap, not armed but recently placed. It was clean, no rust, no dirt. Someone had been here recently. I noted the GPS location and radioed in, telling dispatch I was going to sweep the area for more. Illegal trappers usually set multiple traps along an animal path. I started following the cable line and found 2 more traps, both unset, spaced about 30 feet apart. That made me think whoever set them wasn't done yet. They might have been scouting earlier and planned to come back to bait and arm them. It was while I was kneeling to check the 3rd trap that I heard it, a faint but distinct crunch of leaves somewhere above me on the ridge. Not the wind, not a squirrel. The sound was heavy, measured, like a person trying to move quietly but not quite pulling it off. I turned off my flashlight and let my eyes adjust. The moonlight gave me just enough to make out the slope. I couldn't see anyone, but the sound came again, a few steps, then silence. I stayed still for a good 30 seconds. My first thought was that it could be another ranger or maybe a hiker who'd gotten turned around. But the timing, the fact that I just found those traps, made me uneasy. I decided to move upslope, taking a wide arc so I could come in from above whoever it was. The climb was slow, the leaves were dry, and every step made noise. Halfway up, I paused and listened again. The sound had stopped. When I crested the ridge, the ground leveled out into a narrow game trail. That's when I saw it, a faint glow about 100 feet ahead, low to the ground. I crouched and moved closer. The glow came from a small headlamp lying on the ground next to an open backpack. No one was there. I waited, scanning the trees. The forest was dead quiet. Then, from the darkness to my left, I caught the quick flicker of movement. A person dressed in dark clothing, slipping between trees. They were moving away from the headlamp and deeper into the woods. I called out, not yelling, just loud enough to carry, identifying myself as a ranger and telling them to stop. They didn't. They broke into a run, heading downslope into a thick stand of laurel. I didn't chase immediately. Running blindly at night in that terrain is a good way to end up with a broken ankle or worse. Instead, I moved quickly to the headlamp and backpack. Inside the pack were several coils of steel cable, stakes, pliers, and 2 more unset traps. There was also a small plastic container with raw meat wrapped in wax paper, bait. I radioed dispatch with an update, giving them my position and asking if anyone else was nearby. No one was close. I decided to follow the direction the person had run, but cautiously. The laurel was dense, branches snapping as I pushed through. I found tracks, fresh, deep in the soft earth under the leaves. The stride was long. They were moving fast. I followed for maybe 200 yards before the tracks cut across a shallow creek. I shined my light downstream and saw nothing. That's when I realized 2 things at once. The forest was still completely silent, and the temperature had dropped hard in the last hour. My breath hung in the air like smoke. I didn't like the idea of this person still out here. I was debating whether to turn back when I heard something else. Not movement, but a metallic snap. It was faint, but I recognized it immediately. The sound of a trap springing shut. I pushed forward toward the sound, moving faster now. I broke through a stand of saplings and saw a figure on the ground about 30 feet ahead. They were lying on their side, legs bent at an unnatural angle, hands gripping something near their foot. When I got closer, I saw the trap. A large leg hold clamped around their left ankle. The teeth had bitten deep through their pants into flesh. Blood was soaking into the leaves. The man was breathing hard, his face pale. He looked young, maybe mid-20s, and underdressed for the cold. Just a hoodie, jeans, and warm boots. I didn't waste time asking questions. I got my gloves on, pried the trap open, and pulled his leg free. The wound was bad. Deep punctures, swelling already starting. I wrapped it tight with gauze from my kit, then covered it with a thermal blanket. He didn't say a word, just stared at the ground, shaking. I radioed for medical, giving them my coordinates and telling them to hurry. While we waited, I kept checking his pulse and making sure he stayed conscious. The adrenaline was wearing off, and he was starting to shiver violently. It took almost 40 minutes for the rescue crew to reach us. They got him onto a stretcher, loaded him up, and headed out. I followed back to my truck, carrying his backpack of traps as evidence. The whole thing stuck with me for weeks after, not just because of the injury, but because of how quickly it went from a quiet patrol to a life-or-death rescue. If I hadn't been there, if he'd been alone, he might not have made it through the night. We never got much out of him afterward. He admitted to setting traps before, but wouldn't say if anyone else was involved. My guess is he wasn't working alone. Since then, every time I walk Old Creek Cut, I think about that night. The quiet, the cold, the way the sound of those footsteps carried down the ridge. I think about how easy it is to underestimate the forest. And I know that out there, the biggest danger usually isn't the wildlife or the weather. It's people. I had been working as a park ranger for almost 7 years when the incident happened. I was assigned to one of the larger state parks in the Northwest, a place of deep forest, rolling hills, and scattered lakes that seemed to collect mist even on warm days. Our park was known for its long trails that could take a person miles into the wilderness without another human in sight. I'd always liked that about it. The quiet, the sense of being far away from everything. But that same quiet was what made certain calls more unnerving than others. The day started like any other, early in the morning. My shift had begun at 6 a.m., and I'd been patrolling the Southern Fire Road in my truck for about an hour when dispatch radioed in. They'd received a report from a hiker who had seen something strange off one of the side trails near Pine Hollow. The hiker had been vague, saying only that there was a man sitting by the trail, looking hurt about 3 miles in. But when the hiker tried to approach, the man apparently stood and walked deeper into the woods without saying anything. It wasn't the first time we'd gotten reports like this. Sometimes people saw other hikers and mistook them for being in distress, or sometimes it was someone who just didn't want to talk. But Pine Hollow wasn't exactly close to any main roads. It was deep enough that casual wanderers usually didn't make it that far. I decided to check it out myself. I parked the truck near the Pine Hollow trailhead and loaded up my day pack. Water, a small first aid kit, a flashlight, a GPS unit, and my radio. Even though the trail was just 3 miles to where the hiker had seen the man, I always prepared for longer treks. Out here, the weather could turn fast, and cell reception was poor in most places. The trail into Pine Hollow started as a narrow dirt path winding between clusters of tall Douglas firs. Morning light filtered through the high branches, casting shifting patterns on the ground as the wind moved the canopy. The air was cool and smelled faintly of damp earth and pine needles. I followed the trail at a steady pace, scanning the ground for any sign of someone ahead. Fresh footprints, broken branches, anything. About a mile in, I started noticing fresher tracks. The soil here was still damp from a rain the night before, and I could see the shape of a boot's sole pressed clearly into the mud. The tracks weren't deep, meaning whoever had made them wasn't carrying much weight. They headed in the same direction as the trail, but veered slightly off at certain points before returning again. By the second mile, the forest around me had grown denser. The underbrush was thicker, and the sound of the wind in the trees was louder, almost masking the faint noise of birds deeper in the woods. I stopped for a moment to listen, partly to get my bearings, partly because something fell off. Normally, in the morning, you could hear distant woodpeckers, the occasional rustle of squirrels or chipmunks. But here, it was quiet in a way that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I pushed on. About half a mile later, I found a small clearing just off the trail. The grass here was pressed down in one spot, like someone had been sitting or lying there. A small pile of ashes marked the remnants of a fire, but it looked old, at least a few days cold. Nearby, I found a torn piece of fabric snagged on a bush. It was dark blue, maybe from a jacket. No sign of the man. I marked the spot on my GPS and decided to keep following the tracks. They left the trail completely here, cutting deeper into the woods toward the south. I followed them carefully, stepping over fallen branches and weaving between tree trunks. The ground was uneven, and the slope increased gradually until I was moving downhill into a shallow ravine. The further I went, the stranger the tracks became. They'd stop for several yards at a time, nothing but undisturbed leaf litter, then reappear again in the mud near fallen logs or damp ground, almost like the person had been trying to move without leaving a trail. About 20 minutes into following them, I came across something that made me stop cold. There was a tree ahead, an old cedar with a wide trunk. At its base was a backpack, leaning upright, as if someone had set it there carefully. The fabric was faded and stained, but it didn't look like it had been abandoned for long. I crouched down and opened the main compartment. Inside was a half-empty water bottle, a small hunting knife in a sheath, a crushed protein bar wrapper, and a folded paper map of the park. The map had several areas circled in red ink, including Pine Hollow and another spot about 2 miles east. The circles were rough, but the eastern one had a small X drawn in the middle. I took a photo of the map with my phone before putting it back in the bag. The whole thing gave me a bad feeling, but without more information, all I could do was keep searching. From the cedar, the tracks led further downhill until the ground leveled out again. Here, the air was damp and cool, and the smell of wet moss was stronger. My boots squelched in the softer patches of earth, leaving clear prints of my own. I made sure to mentally note landmarks so I could retrace my steps. Twisted deadfall, a patch of ferns, a jagged stump. It was in this low area that I saw the first sign of blood. At first, I thought it was just red leaves, but when I knelt to look closer, I saw a few drops of dried blood on a flat rock. They were dark brown, days old. A few feet away, a smear of the same color marked the side of a log, as though someone had brushed against it while passing. I followed the faint trail of blood for another 50 yards until it abruptly stopped. The ground here was disturbed, not in a violent way, but as if someone had stood in one place for a long time, shifting their weight. I saw boot prints again, facing different directions, overlapping each other. Then nothing. No more tracks, no more blood. I stood there for a long minute, listening. The forest was still unnervingly quiet, the only sound my own breathing. I decided to keep moving toward the area marked on the map. It wasn't far, maybe a half-hour's walk if I kept my pace. The terrain changed again as I climbed a gradual slope out of the ravine. The trees thinned slightly, and patches of sunlight lit the ground ahead. That's when I noticed something unusual about the soil. It was loose, as though it had been dug up recently, and then hastily covered. I crouched and brushed away some of the dirt with my gloved hand. Beneath the surface was a scrap of the same blue fabric I'd seen earlier caught on the bush. It was buried shallow, just under an inch of soil. I didn't uncover more. I wasn't equipped to dig properly, and I didn't know what I might find. I marked the spot on my GPS and radioed in a brief report to dispatch, just enough so they knew where I was and that I'd found signs of possible injury. The final stretch to the X on the map was the worst part. The trail, if you could even call it that, wound through a series of narrow gullies choked with dead branches. I had to duck under fallen trees, step carefully over slick rocks, and push through thorny bushes that scraped my arms. When I finally reached the spot, I realized why someone had marked it. It was a shallow pit, about 6 feet across and maybe 3 feet deep. The dirt inside was darker than the surrounding soil, and there were impressions in the bottom like something heavy had been lying there. On one side, the earth had been packed down into a flat shelf, and on it were 3 objects: an empty water jug, a rusted metal canteen, and what looked like a small notebook wrapped in plastic. I unwrapped the notebook carefully. Most of the pages were water damaged, but a few in the middle were still legible. They weren't written like a diary, more like lists, dates, numbers, and short phrases like North Trail Pass, 2 days, or night camp. No fire. The last entry was dated 3 days ago. It simply said, moved east before sunrise. Standing there in that pit, the air felt heavier somehow, even though I knew it was just another hollow in the woods. I took photos of everything and then backed out the way I'd come. The walk back felt longer than the hike in. I checked over my shoulder more than I'd like to admit, scanning the trees for movement. Every sound seemed closer, sharper, the creak of branches in the wind, the distant rush of water somewhere downhill. When I finally reached the main trail again, I felt a weight lift slightly, though the unease stayed. It took me another hour to get back to the truck. By the time I reached the ranger station, the photos and GPS coordinates were already sent to the sheriff's office. Over the next 2 days, search teams combed the Pine Hollow area. They didn't find a man. They did find another pit about half a mile from the first, similar in size and layout, with scraps of clothing and old food wrappers inside. Whoever had been out there had been living rough for some time, moving from one hideout to another. The small amounts of bloodweed found were never matched to anyone in the missing persons database. In the end, the case went cold. Even now, when I patrol that area, I think about the map, the X, and the feeling of standing in that pit with the forest pressing in on all sides. There's something unsettling about searching for someone you never find, especially when the traces they leave suggest they might still be out there, watching, careful to never be seen unless they want to be. And in Pine Hollow, I've learned the quiet doesn't always mean you're alone. I had been working as a park ranger for almost 8 years by the time this happened. In that time, I dealt with plenty of emergencies. Lost hikers, busted equipment, weather disasters, even a wildfire once. But what happened during my assignment in the fall of 2019 has stayed in my head more than anything else. It wasn't about ghosts or legends, and there was no strange glowing light in the trees. It was something entirely human, but because it was human, it felt worse. People have limits, but they also have a way of pushing themselves past them when desperation sets in. That's what made it scary. At the time, I was stationed at a large national forest in the Pacific Northwest. The place stretched out for hundreds of square miles, valleys, ridges, rivers, and miles of dense evergreens. The terrain was beautiful, but it could turn dangerous fast. Steep, rocky sections could twist an ankle in seconds. Weather could shift from calm sunshine to freezing rain within an hour. Cell service was practically non-existent in large parts of the backcountry. So if you got into trouble, your best hope was that someone happened to be passing by. It was early October, that period where mornings were crisp and the air had a sharpness to it. The leaves at lower elevations had started turning, but higher up, the forest was still thick and green. My shift that week had me covering some of the more remote trails, ones that didn't get much foot traffic once the summer season ended. I left the station just after sunrise. The plan was to check the backcountry shelters, clear any downed trees on the trail, and make sure the weather monitoring station up on the North Ridge was still transmitting data. I'd also be logging wildlife sightings, especially signs of bears preparing for winter. The forest was quiet in October, and I preferred it that way. The first half of the day went exactly as planned. I reached the first shelter by mid-morning, noted that the roof still looked solid, swept out some leaves, and checked the logbook. A couple of backpackers had signed in 2 days prior. They were headed deeper into the forest toward the ridge. Nothing unusual. I kept moving, making my way along a trail that gradually climbed upward. It was a narrow path with sharp drop-offs in certain areas. You had to watch your step. The further I went, the more the forest seemed to close in. Thick evergreens on both sides, the trail carpeted in wet needles. The air felt damp, the kind of damp that seeps into your clothes without you noticing until you stop moving and start to shiver. Around midday, I took a break at a small creek, kneeling to refill my water bottle with filtered water. I was sitting there, eating a protein bar, when I noticed something odd downstream. There was a pile of gear, a dark backpack, a jacket half draped over a log, and what looked like a hiking boot lying on its side. It didn't look like someone had just set it down while they took a break. It looked scattered. I walked over. The backpack was unzipped, and the contents were half spilled out. Some clothes, a crushed granola bar wrapper, a small camping stove. The jacket was damp and muddy. The boot was definitely not placed there on purpose. It had mud packed into the tread like it had been yanked off in a hurry. I stood there for a while, scanning the area. The forest was quiet. No voices, no movement, no sound except the water moving over the rocks. I called out a standard alert in case someone was nearby and in trouble. Nothing answered. Leaving abandoned gear in the wilderness is unusual, but not unheard of. Sometimes people panic, get turned around, and drop stuff to move faster. Sometimes they get injured and try to lighten their load. Sometimes it's a sign of something worse. I noted the coordinates in my logbook, took photos, and checked for tracks. There were signs of movement in the mud, deep impressions like someone had slipped or stumbled. They led away from the creek and up toward the ridge trail, but they were erratic, not a steady walking pattern. I followed them. The trail steepened as I climbed, and the weather started to shift. Clouds moved in, and the temperature dropped. My boots crunched on damp gravel and roots. Every now and then I'd lose the tracks where pine needles cover the ground, but I'd pick them up again a little further on. They veered off the main path more than once, then came back. Whoever was seemed disoriented. An hour later, I found the second sign. A torn strap from the backpack, snagged on a branch. The fabric looked freshly ripped. The ground nearby showed scuff marks and one deep knee-shaped depression in the mud, as if someone had fallen. I radioed my find to the station. The signal was faint but usable. I explained that I might be tracking a lost or injured hiker and that I was going to keep following the trail. My supervisor told me to keep them updated when I could and to proceed with caution. From there, the trail narrowed and wound along the side of the ridge. On my left was a steep slope covered in thick undergrowth. On my right, the hillside dropped away sharply into a ravine. The wind had picked up, carrying with it the smell of wet earth and decaying leaves. I kept moving, alert to every sound. The forest had gone almost too quiet. No bird calls, no rustling. That kind of stillness can mean a predator is nearby, but it can also just mean weather is moving in. Then I saw the first real sign of trouble: blood. It was smeared on a mossy rock at the edge of the trail. Not a lot, but enough to be noticed. A few drops on the dirt nearby, leading forward. My chest tightened. I moved slower now, scanning every inch of the trail ahead. About 20 yards further, I found another smear, this one on the trunk of a tree. Whoever I was following was hurt. The tracks left the trail again, heading into a dense patch of underbrush. I pushed through, my uniform catching on branches, boots sinking into soft, wet soil. The ground sloped downward toward the ravine, but about halfway there, I spotted another item, a second boot. It was lying on its side, laces still tied. That didn't make sense. People don't just lose both boots unless they're in serious trouble. The soil here was churned up, like there'd been a struggle or someone had been thrashing around. There were drag marks, too. I stopped and listened. The wind rattled the branches overhead. A distant raven called once, then went silent. Following the drag marks, I ended up at a small clearing about 30 feet across. In the center was a collapsed tent. The poles were bent, the fabric torn in several places. Around it lay more gear, a crushed water bottle, a ripped sleeping bag, a camp stove tipped on its side. Everything looked like it had been torn through in a rush. But what made my skin crawl wasn't the state of the camp. It was the fact that there was no sign of the person. The ground around the camp was messy with footprints and scuffs, but they all seemed to lead in different directions. Some went toward the ravine, others back toward the ridge trail, others deeper into the forest. It was chaos. By now, the light was starting to fade. Clouds had thickened, and a fine mist was beginning to fall. My priority shifted from tracking to safety. If the person was still alive, they'd be in serious danger from hypothermia before long. I marked the location with tape, logged it, and decided to check the ravine edge first. It wasn't far, maybe 50 yards, but the ground got slippery. I had to grab onto saplings to keep from sliding. When I reached the edge, I looked down into a steep drop of maybe 50 feet. At the bottom, the ground leveled out into a rocky creek bed, and down there, barely visible through the mist, was a shape. It was a person. They were lying on their side, half in the water, half on the rocks. They weren't moving. I knew I couldn't climb down safely without gear, and the fastest way to help was to call it in. I backed up to higher ground until I got a faint radio signal and reported the coordinates, requesting immediate search and rescue. I told them the person appeared unresponsive. The response team wouldn't reach me for at least an hour. That hour felt longer than any other in my career. I stayed near the ravine, calling out every so often in case the person was conscious. They never moved. By the time the rescue crew arrived, 4 rangers with climbing gear, the light was almost gone. We rigged lines and sent 2 people down. I stayed at the top, keeping the radio line open. It took them 10 minutes to confirm what I already suspected. The person was dead. The body was a man in his late 30s. No ID on him. He had multiple cuts on his hands and face, and one leg was bent at an unnatural angle. From the looks of it, he'd slipped, fallen down the ravine, and been unable to move afterward. The creek was shallow, but freezing cold. Lying in it for hours would have sapped his body heat fast. As they secured the body for extraction, I scanned the area again. I kept thinking about the scattered gear, the torn tent, the erratic tracks. They didn't fit neatly with the idea of a simple fall. Later, the investigation filled in some blanks. The man had been reported missing 3 days earlier by a co-worker. He told people he was going on a solo hike to clear his head. But toxicology results later showed he had a large amount of methamphetamine in his system. That explained the erratic tracks, the discarded gear, the torn camp. He'd been moving fast, disoriented, likely paranoid. When he slipped near the ravine, he probably couldn't climb back out.